Are you ready?
Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to let our mayor kick off this meeting and launch right into business. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, I am calling this meeting to order. City Clerk, may we have roll call?
Of course, Mayor Daggett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan, Councilmember Harris,
Here.
Councilmember House, she's here, Councilmember House, Councilmember Matthews,
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy, and Councilmember Sweet.
Councilmember House gave a message saying, for roll call, my voice sounds a little broken, but I'm here.
Gotcha, I got it. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Sweet, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Councilmember Harris, would you read our mission statement?
The mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matthews, would you read the landing?
Yes. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nation and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. All right, City Manager, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Heidi, can you join me for just a second? I know Heidi wants to offer up some gratitude here. I want to thank you all for being here Friday morning. We're going to launch right into business this morning. I don't think we need any more introductions. It's just good to have you back. It was a very good meeting yesterday. We covered a lot of ground. We're going to continue that today. It's not a full day today, so we promised to get you off early afternoon. Heidi.
It just dawned on me yesterday when we were giving, and rightly so, accolades to Rick and Randy and Heidi that all of the accountants are sitting in the room with us today. And I do want to embarrass you. I think you should stand up because you are helpful in this whole entire budget process. And I can tell you that we lean on you a lot. So if you could stand up, the accountants in the room.
Accountants. The numbers team.
Thank you for answering our endless questions during the budget process.
And thank you for your spreadsheets. DJ, would you mind standing for all of us? I'd like to acknowledge the best dressed individual in the room. Katie, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a quick funny story. When I was just starting out my career, I would ask my grandmother, what should I wear? And I was like, is this too much? Am I overdressed? And she would say, oh, honey, there's nothing wrong with being the best dressed woman in the room. So nice word being the best dressed. So as we get started, I'm not going to take too much of your time this morning, but good morning,
Good morning.
Mayor and council members. And one thing, the January retreat, I had mentioned appreciations being a huge part of culture and developing relations. I have not seen a group do that so well and seamlessly and built in constantly as I have with the staff, the city manager, and the council members here. And it matters. It matters a lot. We have data on that. We have research on it. It matters a lot. So you guys do that very well, and you build it in so that it's not this sort of clunky, all right, now it's time for appreciations. Let's take our time, and I just really need to acknowledge that you do that very well. So pat yourselves on the back for that, all of you in the room. That being said, has anyone ever heard of the 2-word check-in or utilized the 2-word check-in? Okay, Mayor Guy, what is it?
You give 2 words at check-in.
as far as how you're feeling. So it's the beginning of a meeting and it's check-in. Okay, why?
It's kind of a way to center yourself in this place and kind of to hear how everyone else is doing without a long check-in.
Verbose explanation. Yeah. And what might be the value of that? Someone other than the mayor. What might be the value of that? Hearing the two-word check-in of others.
Help set the tone.
Yeah. I don't disagree with anything you guys have said. Yes, I agree. And
Starts communication.
it can. What if Councilmember Matthews says stressed out and overwhelmed? And she's just being honest. It gives you a little bit of clue. One, what's going on with her that day, right? It gives you a little more compassion for whatever might be happening and how she might be showing up that day. And two, it's a clue. Ooh, maybe I want to just circle back with her later, right? We don't need to talk about it in the moment, right? But I might want to circle back later and find out what's going on, right? So that is a benefit as well, because it can clue us into other things that might need to be followed up on. So let's just do the two-word check-in real quick. Now, that being said, I know this is probably not true for any of you here, but there is a misconception that a leader should always be on the up and up, always be positive, always be good. And this meeting is recorded and there could be there's public people on the line and everyone's going to hear. So I can't say honestly what my two-word check-in is. And while you might want to be thoughtful about the words you choose, I'm going to push back and say honesty matters. Because as we know, when people see you as a human being, you're more relatable. And people like to vote for people who are relatable because they understand us, right? So I'm going to say and encourage to be honest and be thoughtful about the words at the same time. There's tact and honest at the same time. So let's start with our two-word check-in. And I'm curious if city manager wants to get us started. City Manager Clifton, would you like to start us off?
Sure. These are totally off the cuff. The first one, only because we just acknowledged CJ, and I feel like I'm like in my usual Friday slob clothes. My first word is slobby. Second one, and I already shared this story with Katie, is non-observant. I was driving in today wondering why the heck everybody on the other side, on the other lane, was pulled over. And then realized, looking in my side view, that there was a police officer behind me with his lights on. Thought I was being pulled over. He just wanted me to get the heck out of the way. That probably was going on for, who knows, 10, 15 minutes. So, slobby and non-observant.
Thank you for being honest. We'll come back to the vice mayor so you can get clued in on what we're doing. Mayor, would you like to go next?
Curious and enthusiastic.
Great, thank you for sharing. Councilmember Matthews?
I'm feeling grateful and
Great.
hopeful and thankful.
Awesome.
So when you asked the questions, two words popped into my mind, and they're off a record album by the band called Pure Prairie League.
Oh.
And the words are mighty fine.
Great, thank
I
you.
just love it. Mighty fine.
Great. Councilmember Harris?
So, let's see, preoccupied and, I don't know, I can't figure out another word, but preoccupied, maybe that's two, because it's pre and I.
That's totally fine. Thank you for sharing. And Stacy, would you mind telling us if Councilmember House has typed in any two words?
Inquisitive and healing.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. And running off of what Councilmember House said, healing and frustrated. My dad's heart surgery was rescheduled again. So it's just been a little frustrating. But anyway, so that's where we're at. So thank you for sharing. And I want to acknowledge that if it's not okay, it's okay to not be okay, right? So Vice Mayor, two words to describe how you're doing today.
Well, it's 8:30 in the morning, feeling rushed.
cranky.
Okay, thank you for your honesty. We had a whole talk about honesty, so thank you for the honesty. Okay, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started for our agenda today. And it looks like we have Sam Beckett and CJ Perry and Jenny Nealman, and they're going to be talking to us about resource allocations and priorities. Is that right? Oh, Scott Ulrichsen.
That's all right. That's all right.
Well, Scott, nice to see you.
Well, you too.
Let's give Scott a little round of applause.
Sam will take it away when I mess it up. So appreciate it.
He's on his way, Scott. Apparently you already messed up.
Public Works Friday. And we appreciate you being at Public Works this week. Thanks to all of you in the room as well. We of course like hosting, and it's always good to have you out to see what our employees do and what our groups do. And of course we like the facility, and it's always nice to let our employees see you here as well and see other division directors and other staff members that they relate with. So always good to be in our building. We appreciate it. And this morning, there are two groups I will focus on in particular, but I do have a group of support members from Public Works that can help me fill in any blanks or questions. Facility maintenance and fleet are two really significant programs within Public Works that we have really focused some attention on the last few years, and I have to report that we're making good progress. It's always slower than we would like it to be, but we have recognized over the last few years that the recession of 2008 and 2009 really has been catching us. There we go. And we've really tried to start focused efforts. And this has been a work in progress, as I said. But as a quick reminder and highlight, budget team saw a very brief presentation of this last week as well. Facilities maintenance within Public Works is a very small team of 11 and a half employees. They're all pictured there at the sign wall last week. We maintain just over 1 million square feet of city type facilities, which is about 100,000 square feet per employee. To put that in perspective, the new courthouse downtown is 40,000 square feet. So a lot of responsibility for our small facilities maintenance team. A lot of the facilities do have some support from other divisions. So for example, Water Services handles a lot of their own internal work on their structures, which is a big help to our team. We have experts within each building because we have pools and ice rinks and rec centers and airports, types of facilities that aren't unique, and we get a lot of support from those focus groups. But the diversity is great, and as I mentioned, the million square feet, we have everything from the 1904 Milligan House to a 2020 courthouse. So about 120 years worth of inventory that is in various age and condition. 86 HVAC units, 21 boilers, 75 roofs, of course, and then we also handle project management, trying to keep these maintained, and we try to keep at about 24 projects a year. That's a sweet spot for about 1.5 to 2 project managers. Next slide, please. So last year, we set some pretty ambitious goals. We were thankful enough to receive funding for a new project manager in Public Works. That individual, Jarrett, has come online in January, so he's fairly new to our organization. But now he has teamed up with Adam. Most of you have seen or known Adam. Does a lot of civil project management work with us. Jarrett has joined up, and now the two of them have started to work more closely with our landfill project manager, and we're trying to coordinate much better efforts between the civil work that we need to complete, the support to other divisions, and then, of course, more vertical work in the facilities world. The Facility Advisory Committee is a group of representatives from every building or tenant or division, and we meet monthly to try to go through and organize the collective funds, to organize the work program, and to recognize the needs in a priority fashion versus just everyone trying to fix everything at one time. We're starting to see some synergy in that group. We're starting to see some efforts of commingling projects, and of course, much, much better focus on direct delivery and a process and a streamlined process that prioritizes those projects. Security within city facilities has been a big topic for the last two years or so. Our employees across the organization have pointed out concerns or thoughts or improvements We have a special security focus group that really dives into the nuts and bolts of what security could look like. We've got great support from our law enforcement friends, our IT friends, to try to figure out best practices, trainings, and also the physical infrastructure pieces. And those are the pieces of facilities maintenance is really working hard to try to implement with the support of those other folks. And they might be as simple as improving entryways or ingress and egress. You might have seen the new sign-in sheets at City Hall. Those are all kind of coming out of that focus group. But we've got some bigger picture items coming. There's a security system at City Hall. There's some security enhancements at other facilities that we need to start budgeting and start programming in as much as possible. And these are not the most inexpensive systems. Our facilities are older. They're not designed to be set up in a secure fashion like we think of today. So we're trying to retrofit a few of those facilities to maybe make them more easier to install some of this. But you're going to see a continued focus on keeping our employees and our public safe in these facilities and understanding what we can do from a facilities perspective. Preventative maintenance has slipped. It always does. No fault of anyone. It's just the easiest thing to kind of let slip. What we've also recognized is also the piece that probably shouldn't slip at all, because now preventative maintenance has turned into deferred maintenance. And so we've really started to put that focus back on preventative maintenance, trying to increase those percentages to try to be proactive and be ahead of catastrophic failure or more significant issues. And then, of course, as always, we've got a much greater focus on sustainability, whether it's electrification of a boiler exchange or changing out fixtures, working with sustainability and the rescue team to try to find efficiencies in our buildings. Trying to keep that as a focus is always important. Not as easy with our older structures, but clearly always thought about during our new deliveries. Next slide, please. So this year, a couple things that I think are really important for you to understand as we've approached the budget process this year. We generally do not have a work order or a management asset system in facilities maintenance. We use a work order system of emails. It's not effective. It's not efficient. It's really been difficult to track our facilities as best as possible. We do have a master spreadsheet that we work from for the asset management, but it's literally a spreadsheet and its depths are pretty deep. So we'd like to try to figure out a better way to organize this. This has been really one of the top goals of this small program, to really implement strong strategies to be more successful. And we're going to continue to advocate for that this year. We've also asked for a couple of skilled trade workers. I went back to the 11 and a half people. This year we've asked for a couple of additional positions. We're aware that a lot of these are general funded and they're a little more tight in the funds, but we really do have a need for electrical trade, mechanical trade, plumbing trade, that focused, kind of more experienced, maybe journeyman might be a good term, type trades worker to start focusing on that effort would be helpful. So we've asked for a couple folks. Because we just have an increased demand for service. We know with an improved software system, new work order tracking, we're going to continue to receive from our employees those needs to get maintained. So we're going to have to keep that FTE count push for a while until we get it caught up. And I think we owe it to you to just have a clear understanding that, you know, with certain amount of square footage, you can only do so much. So we'd like to try to get to that proactive piece. A couple more people would help us get that. And then last year, we actually increased the operational budget with some one-time funding. We're typically at about $250,000 citywide in the operations side. We're going to request again, without a number necessarily, but we'd like to see an increase in that operational budget. What I think we've done well is align the operational budget with the highest priority identified need using the FAC and then our project management ability. So those three all have to align. And that request could be in the millions of dollars, but at this point, we're taking a few extra 100,000 and we're putting it to good use. We just don't have as much resource as possible to deliver. If you gave us $10 million, we'd run into the same problem you heard from Capital yesterday. You can only deliver so much. So I think we want to be reasonable in that ask, and we'll work with the budget team and you all as we get through that process to see if it's maybe a couple 100,000 or another 300,000. What would that look like in an ongoing sense? And make sense that we could deliver. I believe that's the last one on facilities. Any questions before I just move to fleet services? All right. Fleet services. think of all of our rolling stock, everything from a lawnmower with small wheels to the airport ARF vehicles with very, very large wheels, to all of the snow plows that Sam's teams break. Anything that has an engine or wheels or a motor, a generator, Fleet Services is responsible for that item. We're also dealing with not only the maintenance of that item, but the procurement, the appearance, the things you would think of. So when you have a flat tire, Fleet Services is going to get involved. This small team as well has over 720 pieces of equipment in the fleet. That's a very large fleet. I do want to make one correction. If you could take your Sharpie and just change this on your laptop for me. We do not have a $28 million fleet value. Anyone want to take a guess what the real number is? That number is not correct. Jim, you want to take a guess?
So 35 million.
Close. 109,720,000. So we're at about $110 million of fleet inventory across all funds. So we apologize for that error. I think that might have been our speculation is maybe one fund source of vehicles, but it's 109 million. So lots of equipment in the fleet. We have a robust replacement criteria. The Fleet Management Committee is our group that really understands the fleet the best, and it represents every viewpoint possible. And I think it's worked well to take into account mileage, age, type of vehicle, what it's doing, its reliability, and then the team is great. If they find a vehicle isn't doing what it needs to do where it is, where else in the organization could we use it? So you'll see some older vehicles in the fleet. You'll see some vehicles that maybe look like they're a little bit more worn. It's because we're just simply repurposing them within the organization, which has been a great use. I kind of jumped into it, but that's that Fleet Management Committee. They provide recommendations. Really strong focus on electric or hybrid vehicles in the last few years. We've transitioned to a few of those vehicles, clearly some charging stations, and I think Greg will attest, if he could find 5 or 6 more electric vehicles, we would purchase them. Our difficulty at this point is simply finding them and securing them. And Greg Conlon really is hustling those for us as best as possible. But there's just not a lot of availability in that market at this time. Next slide, please. So the general fund, back to color of money, the general fund has its own fleet. So they're all the fleet that support the general fund parties. Those are the ones that are probably most in need of financial assistance. Another way to say this with the HERF fund, or the solid waste fund the vehicles in Sam's fleet or in Evan's fleet for trash trucks. General fund, those regular vehicles are the most in need. We can find resources within those other funds and plan out with the growth in those funds. Right now, the appropriation is just over $1 million. Remember, these are replacements, not new vehicles. These are replacements. And then last year, we also advocated and we were successful in receiving some more funds to kind of catch up some of our aging fleet. That was welcome. We still have a little bit work to do there, and we'd like to continue to not see it slip. What we've run into this year, of course, supply chain issues, demands. We are now placing orders for vehicles and trucks 2 to 3 years out in budget cycles, making the finance world very, very difficult. But snowplows are at least 24 months out right now. So there's some things there that are more difficult for us to work through. Our request really is to the general fund. Fleet would like to have another $350,000 of that ongoing operational budget for general fund to really continue to advocate that we stay on top of that replacement schedule. And that would be to the fleet replacement side. Electric vehicles, just to point out, not only are they hard to get and in scarcity, but they have also increased in price. So we have not had great success with government contracting or co-ops negotiating cheaper values. Simply the demand for electric vehicles right now is so high that we are paying a premium when we do pay for them. I think there's some funds that can maybe use that to a degree. Maybe it's 1 or 2 vehicles, but it really is a financial question at some point as well. And with what we're seeing, not only can we not get them, but they are very expensive. So we're going to have to continue to keep putting money towards those efforts to kind of keep pace with that until we can see that market settle down a little. With that, I'm completed. Mr. Conlon, Evan, Sam, did I miss anything in particular that you'd like to make sure I covered? Yes, Mr. Conlon.
You come on up with that $28 million number. That is the value of the general funds.
Excellent. All right. So as we suspected, and we did figure that was probably it. The $28 million number was the general fund fleet. $109 million is the entire fleet. So wanted to make sure we were clear on that piece. Yes, Councilman. Yeah.
One thing that caught my eye yesterday was the increase in utility rates this coming year, an increase of potentially $175,000 additional to the city, I believe, is how I understood it. Are we, when we're budgeting, as we're transitioning towards more energy efficient vehicles and all electric, there's that upfront cost that is doubled. Are we also budgeting or forecasting the additional cost in our utilities?
So 3 things there. One, the base increase that you heard of yesterday is the just cost of utility increase. The second piece, the purchase of the electric vehicles going up, is just the purchase of the capital of the actual vehicle. The third component that you spoke to is the cost of powering those vehicles. And I think I'd rather defer this one to both Greg and Jenny, because I think we are working on that, but we have some work to do in that regard, because there is a real cost to continuing to charge these vehicles and use them in our fleets. And then each fund may have a little bit different approach. And I think Jenny might be better to answer that than me, or at least more detail.
Thank you, Scott. Jenny Neiman, Climate Program Manager. I really appreciate the question. So in terms of just fleet and fuel, it's really interesting, right? Because right now, when you go fill up at the gas outside, right, we have a way to account for that, right? But if, let's say, Park Flag is charging a vehicle, right, they charge at the library sometimes, right? They plug into an outlet there, right? So it's actually a new accounting. There are cost savings from electric vehicles on the operational side. It means you're getting fuel for about $1.50 a gallon. We also know that electricity rates are much more stable than gas and diesel rates over time. So we see cost savings there, but we haven't figured out how to do that, because now that's coming out of APS bills, right, in folks' facilities. And so that is something that, as we get more EVs on board, that we will need to start working through and what that looks like. Again, we do see an operational savings because of electricity is a lot cheaper than gas. There's also charging infrastructure, right? And so every time we have an electric vehicle, how do we think about that infrastructure, et cetera?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Scott?
Oh, Jamie, okay.
And I was just gonna say, I know we hear from divisions that we need to figure that out probably sooner rather than later, because we see more of the vehicles, their electric bills are going up. So if you have a charging station at your site, we have a couple here on this site, it's going to change our electric bill. So we've got to figure out, how do you assess that to a vehicle versus a facility? And it's certainly one we're seeing more now that we're seeing more vehicles in the fleet.
So
Thank you for that, Jenny.
Placement.
Okay. How many charging stations do we have in the city that are ours?
Let's see if I can get this one. We have City Hall, which are public-facing charging stations. There's 4 there. We have 4 at the airport, public-facing. We have 2 at the Aquaplex, 4 at the Aquaplex, public-facing. And we have 2 inside the fence here at Public Works. I think that's it.
Visitor Center. Underground garage.
Inside the fence at the library, in the parking garage, 1.
The visitor center.
4.
They're going in.
In.
Visitor center.
We have one at the Rio, wastewater treatment plant.
1 at Rio de Flag, inside the fence.
Arnie says 6 at the airport.
2 at the police department, inside the fence. I would say it's about a dozen inside the fence and maybe a dozen outside the fence.
I counted 22.
Okay, well, okay, so
We need to
then,
capture that statistic though.
The answer is
so my next question would be then, so the public facing ones, anybody with an electric car can use that?
I believe so at all sites. I believe so.
Yeah, so
Okay.
those are 18 installed at those 4 sites. Anybody with an EV can use them. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, so then how do you figure out how do they get charged? Do they get charged like, I only know one person that has an electric vehicle, so, but she had a little card or something,
Mhm.
and she paid, so could we use that same system for our
Yes.
vehicles? So
Yes.
that you would know which department that it came from? I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
I don't know who
So,
to ask.
Greg, yeah.
Greg, come on up. Greg, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Greg Conlon, War Fleet Manager. All the city-owned electric vehicles, and we do have one plug-in hybrid, they're within our, the charge point. We have a dashboard that comes through the charge point, which is a third-party electrification vendor. And we partnered with them through the APS grants. And within them, all our city-owned vehicles are in there. And each vehicle has a little fob. In addition, like our fueled cars have a fuel fob, these have an electric fob. So you can go anywhere in the ChargePoint network, anywhere in the nation with that vehicle, scan it, and use their electricity. And if there is a fee, it comes back to fleet, and then we pay it and assign it back to the cost of that vehicle. So that's kind of how the future will hold as we add to our fleet, and we can monitor it. So we can monitor those vehicles that we own that are assigned to the network, as long as they're using a ChargePoint vendor.
Yeah. And all of those cars have it's not the same account, right? Those little
No, they're
chips or whatever,
specific to the vehicle,
they're specific.
and the vehicle is specific to a program.
City-owned. City-owned vehicles.
City-owned vehicles. Okay, all right, that, I was just thinking about how to charge it back to the department.
And that was an investment that Greg really pushed for when we started this conversation about tracking our vehicles, right? And being able to do this and thinking about the future.
And kilowatt usage.
Yeah.
Because at some
Yes.
point, we have to connect all those dots, but we're still working through this.
Okay, and then my last question, if it's okay if I continue. So you talked about there being a shortage of vehicles and stuff, and I know because I've heard people complaining they can't get their electric vehicle, or if they get it, they have to take whatever is there when their name comes up on the list. So are we able to go in with like NAU or any of those folks to see if we can, if we order a whole bunch, can we get on the top of the list or something? I don't know.
Well, we use different methods to purchase vehicles, and we use cooperative contracts. We like to buy local, and we really do always try to seek a local dealer that can provide what we need. Well, I'm not aware of a local dealer that's on any cooperative, so then we have to get bids. And we try to consolidate our purchases so we could come to a vendor with a much bigger ask and hopefully negotiate. We're in a very weird times. Ford offers no government discounts at this time. Chevrolet still does, and Stellantis, which owns the Chrysler brand, they do. Your imports, no government discounts and stuff. But I do want to give you an example of just what we're dealing with. And everybody's heard about the chip shortage. Well, we're kind of gradually climbing out of it, but now there's a battery shortage. Manufacturers cannot buy or build enough electric batteries, both hybrid and high voltage for vehicles. So there's a shortage now with that. And I wanted to give you a brief example. We reserved 5 Silverado EV 1500s when the moment that we could. Not ordered, not bought, just reserved them. And I got a call or an email from General Motors like a month ago. Opening price point for a 1500 four-wheel drive EV with tax delivered, $83,000. And that's with a 350 mile range, 400 mile range, 88,000. So we've got 8 of those or 5 of those reserved. We have still 5 Ford Lightnings that we've already ordered And on the way, that vehicle started at, delivered 41,000. Now the price is well over $75,000. And that's in a 18-month to 2-year price. Garbage truck. And I love talking about garbage trucks. We took delivery on a new garbage truck a month ago that we ordered 18 to 20 months ago. Price tag was $307,000 delivered. You'll be asked to approve 2 purchases that I'll be bringing in March on garbage trucks. Price is $412,000 for a garbage truck in 18 months. Over $100,000. So that's what we're doing.
Is that electric or gas?
No, that's just a good old diesel powered garbage truck.
And I think that is some of the challenges we're running, trying to convert that fleet, trying to keep that in mind. But for a lot of the funds across the city, you know, that's almost 2 or 3 times the price we would pay for a traditional, you know, gasoline powered half-ton pickup. So it really puts the pressure onto funds to try to figure out how they're going to support that electric vehicle at the price point and the supply chain issues we're having. It's a tough one.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Kirby.
Thank you, Scott. I was hoping to bring up a little bit of a discussion. I think it's already happening. A clarifying question and then a comment. So just to clarify a little bit more, it's already been sussed out a little bit here, but when we're talking about electrifying our fleet, we're not just talking about our cars and trucks. We're talking about specialized vehicles where appropriate and where the technology is meeting the capacity. Can you speak to that just a little bit more? And then I have some comments.
Yeah, let me start with that one, and Greg can fill in.
And I mean, like, you mentioned dump trucks, fire trucks is another example.
Yeah, light duty vehicles have been more readily available. We saw NAPTA take possession of the first all electric bus in Flagstaff recently, or if it's coming next week. I know it's coming or it's here. But bus technology's there. We've looked at garbage trucks. Sam's looking at a sweeper that's all electric. There's some technology in the medium realm and some in the heavy range, but man, it's very, very slim. Even speaking with Phoenix Public Works, they have a 300 garbage truck fleet. They're going to order 1 electric garbage truck at about $1.5 million. So not quite there. I think a lot of industry experts are keeping an eye on the hydrogen market for the heavy equipment. The electric fleet is just not there yet on the heavy and medium side. I saw Rebecca's hand go up. I don't know what I missed.
I just wanted to let you know, we're getting an electric mower.
Oh.
And a riding mower.
Yeah, so the small equipment, those little things are easier, but the large stuff, we're a long ways off. And
Water Services had an electric riding mower at the Wildcat facility for almost 2 years now without a hitch.
Right. So we're seeing big development on the small equipment side. But the big stuff you're thinking of and speaking of, I think we're a ways out still. And I think a lot of industry experts are still leaning on hydrogen.
I just wanted to pry that out a little bit as context for the larger conversation around the electrification of our fleet. So just a couple of comments for you, taken as direction where it's useful and appropriate. I really think we need to keep our eye on the ball here. The electrification of our fleet is a top priority of mine. When we're talking about budgets, we're talking about a moral document, right? We're talking about where we put our priorities and how we value things. And this is a major component of our climate mitigation efforts and carbon neutrality goals. It's just something that you know, and contextually, I'm glad you mentioned the cost of a dump truck. There were some whistles around the room, and then in the next breath you said that was one of our regular diesel-powered vehicles. So expenses are good right now. Everything's going up in price. I just want to keep that in context. While we're making these really important investments in our fleet electrification, we need to realize that a lot of those induced expenses are compensatory. And we also need to realize, you know, so just to clarify my own thinking on this a little bit, first thing this new council received on day one was an informal petition from citizens asking for the entire immediate electrification of our fleet. And while I I understand what they're doing as an opening bid and just keeping the pressure on. The practicality of the reality is a little bit different. And also, it's important to remember that we're not doing ourselves any favor by tossing out perfectly good vehicles and replacing them with electric vehicles. Because, well, you know, those vehicles have a lot of shelf life left on them. And we're doing harm to the environment and adding to the carbon equation in other ways if we're getting rid of perfectly good vehicles and replacing them with electrified vehicles too quickly. This is a transition. Obviously, it's something we're working out in terms of logistics, in terms of equipment and infrastructure. And it's a process that is happening absolutely everywhere in every industry, in every local government, every state government, federal government, every business enterprise. And everybody's supporting the efforts. And collectively, I think these, you know, the prices are volatile right now. They're volatile with everything. In the long term and in the midterm, I think these things will stabilize and we'll have a much better sense of what it means to our city pocketbook. But I'm on this council to keep an eye on that ball and make sure we're moving forward and we're making progress and we're not reacting to every fluctuation in the market and the conditions out there. So that's where I stand.
We're very aware, and we will talk about that often in our group. I think we always are checked a little bit with our operational responsibilities. And I think you said it well, is, you know, we're not going to necessarily throw out a vehicle or a piece of equipment that's working well, maybe is, you know, halfway through its life. That is absolutely not what we do. I mean, we are going to continue to use that fleet because we still have the operational requirement to fulfill the responsibility. And I think I do give credit to the public works team. They've really tried to try some things differently and, you know, take advantage of technologies. And we go to these trade shows and we listen to our vendors. And as it's moving, it's going to get easier. But right now, it's just a challenging market to get going.
Absolutely. Fair enough to point that out and to have that sit there on the table for sure. I just want to bear witness to and acknowledge the fact that the city has gone through great effort and taken great strides to electrify our fleet. And I think we're well in progress. And I applaud the efforts of leadership and the team, the team focus that we have as a city. It's really exciting. And I look forward to seeing where it goes.
If I could just add one little caveat to that 350,000, that is a big ask in Scott's slides. I see that as the way to bridge that gap. For instance, we put in $68,000 for electric vehicles in next year's budget for solid waste pickup support vehicles. Can't buy one for $68,000. Now that's an enterprise fund, but I'm using that as an example. Is that $350,000? Well, when we have these instances, we can bridge that monetary gap from what we budgeted to what we actually have to pay because of the volatility of the market. So we can, money will, I mean, being good stewards always, but money not be the reason why we couldn't move that way.
Yep.
I just want to time check for a moment. We have 45 minutes for the presentation on information technology and carbon neutrality left. Is that going to still work? Okay, great. Do we still have a comment from Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, just a quick comment and then a question. Mr. Aslan's comments are right on. I mean, I support electrification as a long-term goal, but you have to do it with some common sense and balance that against budget issues, et cetera. My question, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe some of these charging stations the city put up, there was no charge for the power that they was transferred from the station to the vehicle. And I guess my question is that still true? And how long will that last, blah, blah, et cetera? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll field that one. Yes, and this has been in front of council, and you're absolutely right. And we told council at the time that initially we were going to, these are the the lower tier trickle stations. They're not the very expensive high charge stations. That we were going to keep those free to the public as an introductory program to incentivize their usage, and that remains in place. We're not yet seeing the level of usage that would, I think, prompt us to change that to a charge for electricity situation, but I think that's on the horizon, and we'll keep a close eye on it. I think the incentivizing of that has been well received. But we're set up to have those be paid for charge at some point in the future. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Just that those were provided through a partnership with APS. So 18 stations came into this community highly subsidized through a partnership with APS. And so that is sort of context for that decision. I'll also say the reason APS is doing that is APS wants to collect data, right, on what electric charging is going to look like for the grid overall, grid stability. We just got the last ones installed this fall at the Visitor Center. So we're looking forward to really having a full year of data, right? Now that we are fully complete with that program, we're done with APS to take charge. They gave out all the money, which was great that the city of Flagstaff was able to do that. But we're going to look at the data and, as city manager said, get there. But
Okay, so
in
the short term, it makes sense.
Yes.
In the long term, you can't give away power.
Exactly.
Correct.
Their energy is correct word.
Yeah, we're entirely with you, and stay tuned on that.
Okay.
It's a near-term decision.
Yeah, we call it a power company. It's really not. It's an energy company. There's a difference.
Are there any more comments? Are we ready for our presentation on information technology? All right, I saw
Thank you all.
you're up. Thanks, you.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Council. I'm CJ Perry, your IT Director. I believe that when you start off the day, the decisions you make early on really set the tone for the day. So that's why I'm dressed like this. It was decided between this or a Hawaiian t-shirt, and my wife won. So here we are. So my presentation is kind of divided in kind of two parts. One, I'm going to focus a little bit about kind of fiber and broadband, and then I'm going to focus a little bit about sort of IT infrastructure more in general. So we really started working on kind of a fiber and broadband master plan several years ago, and through some of the ARPA funds that Stacey BK talked about yesterday, as well as some other funding that we've done from the general fund. We've got over $2 million in funding that we get to put towards our broadband master plan. So we kind of have been looking at this from a variety of angles, and in the fall, we really decided to kind of pivot with this. We've been looking at a lot of the infrastructure grants that have been coming out, and most of those have been worded in such a way that we need to partner with an ISP. They don't really want to give funding to an organization that doesn't have previous ISP experience. So we're just kind of going all in on that and looking for a partner that can come bring better, cheaper, faster broadband to our community while also meeting the internal needs of the city. So what we have to offer is funding. We have conduit infrastructure. We have a lot of incentives that we can provide to an ISP to further build out, to reduce their construction costs while also meeting the needs that we have. Before I was here, there was some sort of agreement with, do you remember MPG Cable? MPG Cable eventually got bought out by Suddenlink, which got bought out by Altice, which is now called Ultimum or Ultimum Prime or something, I don't know. They've gone through a bunch of different names. But back in that day, there was a great agreement that they would provide really low cost fiber to the city for 20 years. And in exchange, there was some franchise agreements, and there was all of those things. This was well before my time. Well, 20 years comes up, and they've gone through multiple corporate changes, and our price tag went through the roof. So we started looking at things like Markawave and other things to kind of bridge that gap and keep our costs low. But really, fiber is kind of the way forward. So how I'm approaching some of this is looking at finding that partner, but also kind of keeping a city ownership model as part of that for fiber dedicated to the city. So I think that will protect our interests well beyond 20 years and into the future. So we're working with purchasing right now to kind of look at what that contract looks like, try to find that partner. But either way, we're still looking at active construction. We have City Hall to Butler. We've got a PO out for that right now. We're actually collaborating with Lumen on some construction that they're looking to do underneath the railroad. So we're kind of trying to coordinate that timeline. That's all in association with the real project as well. Where we really want to prioritize our water infrastructure. A lot of this actually comes from kind of a cybersecurity initiative. And again, going back to the ARPA funds, that's where a lot of this kind of came from in looking at this from a cybersecurity perspective. We're getting quotes for the Rio water plant right now in order to add that plant to our fiber network. Some of the other plants are a little bit further away, so kind of looking what that long-term strategy looks like. We've got our police station and then of course economic development. Those are all kind of our higher priority things we want to connect via fiber and broadband. I also kind of wanted to give just a quick update as far as what's going on in the region outside of Flagstaff, but that affects Flagstaff. ADOT, remember about a year and a half ago or so, there was a lot of construction going down I-17, bringing fiber from Flagstaff all the way down to Phoenix. They should be starting, I don't actually have a specific update on timeline, but they're looking at doing fiber also from Flagstaff to the California border. And then I know on their long-term master plan, they're also looking at bringing it from Flagstaff to the New Mexico border. So that brings a lot of kind of that long-haul fiber into Flagstaff. APS was also constructing a loop that kind of goes from Phoenix up through Prescott into Flagstaff, kind of over to Williams and Holbrook, and then back down to Phoenix as well. I've had conversations with them on their resources. And then there's a private company called Arcadian Infracom. I met with them last week, actually. They're looking at bringing fiber from Denver and Salt Lake City down to Phoenix, and that all comes right through Flagstaff. So lots of great future opportunities, lots of excitement in this area that we should be able to utilize in the near future. So as far as broadband goes, just from a kind of a staff recommendation perspective, that last bullet point is the most important one, patience. These things take time. There's a lot of players involved, a lot of work involved. We're working on those private partnerships. We do still think there's a lot of value in incorporating conduit and infrastructure into some of our big capital projects where it lines up with our broadband master plan. But I also want to, stress to you, we're seeing these inflation costs. We're seeing those capital projects increase in price. Adding conduit adds more cost to it. So really as a council, trying to understand what your thoughts are and what your needs are from that perspective, because everything we add adds a little bit more price. I have discussions with our capital team, with our water team all the time as far as do we want to get conduit as part of this project and what does that do to the cost of the project given our existing inflation issues. So I'm going to pause here for just 1 second before I go into the general IT infrastructure for questions. But actually one more thing before I go to questions on this part. The other thing that this really ties into is this lays the infrastructure also for our smart city planning. I have spent a lot of time collaborating with NAU. I was part of their smart campus initiative and gave our feedback as far as from a smart campus initiative. We're going to be taking a lot of feedback kind of on how they are doing things. There's also some partnerships with ASU that I've been working towards as well, just to kind of really start to feel out what does the smart city initiatives look like, along with just looking at what other municipalities are doing. Those things are kind of more future things. Those are things we want to be looking to. We want to be forward thinking. This lays some of that infrastructure to make those things possible. So I kind of wanted to stop real quick. Is there any questions about broadband? Yeah.
A comment rather. Thank you so much. As we talk about emerging technologies, and I think the smart city topic is touching on that quite a bit. You and I have brainstormed from time to time about the possibility of having like a futurist come in and present to council at a work session, just information sharing, but really in the realm of what are the possibilities that are out there? What should we be thinking about? And Smart cities certainly is a good topic on that as we think about things like not just the broadband infrastructure, but autonomous vehicles, autonomous parking, and a whole array of technologies that are out there and coming quickly. And I'm just wondering if that's something we could put on our radar. And I think it would be interesting and intriguing for the council and frankly the public to have that kind of discussion.
Absolutely. And I really think, again, that collaboration with NAU and ASU on some of the things that they're doing and kind of seeing, I mean, you've seen the robots going around NAU campus and things like that. There's a lot of really cool up and coming technology, and I'm really trying to stay apprised of that. I've actually had several conversations with Dr. Steve Burrell, who's my counterpart over at NAU, about this exact topic. And so definitely look forward to bringing that conversation again to council in the near future. And
Define smart cities. Is that like coordinated stoplights, or you tell me?
So what I'll say is that's the whole point of getting a smart city master plan, because when you say define smart cities, I can define it to you in 100 different ways, and I'd probably be correct. This is kind of one of those emerging technology sort of things. So when we define smart cities, we start by going, okay, what are the council initiatives? What does the community want? What are the things that we're actually wanting to implement? And then we develop a smart city plan around those items, because we can apply technology to a lot of different areas. And in some cases it makes sense. And in some cases we're just putting shiny things out there just for, the sake of having a new shiny object. So really what we want to start to do and what we're looking for is there's actually a consultant that I've been talking to that did the Smart City Master Plan for the city of Mesa and the city, I believe it was the city of Scottsdale as well. So I've been talking with them as well as other players in the industry to kind of go, okay, help us walk through that process. Smart city has a lot of definitions, but what does smart city mean to the city of Flagstaff? Because that's really what's important. So I don't have a definition for you today, but I can give you 100 different examples of how 100 different cities did it differently. I know that doesn't fully answer your question, but I hope it gets close.
CJ, we had a council conversation about this towards the end of last term.
Yep.
Remind me what we settled on in terms of focus. I think part of it was the smart grid, traffic, but maybe you can drill in a little closer on some of that.
Yeah, so the council direction at the time was to look at a smart city master plan and really go through that full planning process and help us define the specific priorities that we want to go down.
With Metro Plan, we had a presentation at one point early last year about a people mover, some sort of gondola in the air that would take people around. It reminded me of that very famous Simpsons episode where the guy came in selling a monorail to the folks in Springfield. Absolutely fabulous, classic television episode. So there's a fine line between bells and whistles and using money intelligently and taking advantage of the next great things that are coming. I really look forward to that conversation. In terms of traffic and vehicle miles traveled and what's that other metric we like to think about, or we're getting away from thinking about, that it's escaping me right now.
Level of service.
Level of service, the time it takes sitting at a light. A lot of these things can be alleviated through technology, and we've seen how smart communication between devices and networks over the past 20 years has really changed everyone's life, and those things will happen again, and it will have a major impact on a lot of our broader conversations. I hope you're able to budget for some of those opportunities now. I don't know if you have a lockbox or a piggy bank or that sort of thing, and again, too, we're seeing delays in the availability of these things just because of supply and demand issues and other considerations. Keep all that in mind. So as we're forward thinking, we're also thinking ahead.
Yep, absolutely. A big shout out to Jeff Bowman. He because of the project that he was working on to start down that road is where we actually got our first significant amount of fiber infrastructure down Butler. So we're expanding off of that. So the transportation side of it is really where a lot of this kind of got started and really gave us that good foot forward. So we'll definitely look at that. All right, well, let's move on into kind of general IT infrastructure. And the biggest thing that I kind of want to show you here is IT infrastructure means a lot of different things. A lot of times when we think of infrastructure, we think of, okay, pipes in the ground or new roads and all that. But as you realize in the modern age, digital infrastructure is just as important as some of the physical infrastructure. When we have these water systems, they're all coordinated by software. And when we have, traffic systems, the more we can, apply that digital overlay to those traffic systems, the more we can coordinate signals, the more we can, do these things. So we're trying to, the obvious things up at the top are servers, our network equipment. Those are kind of how we traditionally looked at IT infrastructures, the physical boxes. But as we start to kind of go down this list, we look at software and licensing. Is that part of our infrastructure? Well, if you don't have it, a lot of our infrastructure stops working. When we look at things like cybersecurity, if we don't wrap that infrastructure in cybersecurity, it becomes a risk. So we're trying to look at IT infrastructure a little bit more holistically, kind of moving forward. I mean, even things like hybrid work technology. You look at the technology we have in this room right now, it's allowing us to do amazing things, incorporate the public a lot more, incorporate people that can work from home and that can attend these meetings without physically being here. So we're trying to look at IT infrastructure a little bit more holistically when we talk about this subject. So when we look at kind of what some of our primary needs are, first off, I want to just say a big thank you to the organization, to Greg and to the budget team. They've invested a lot in our infrastructure, our IT infrastructure over the past several years. We were at the point where from the 2008 recession, we had equipment that was 13 or more years old. And when you think of IT equipment, think of your phone or your laptop being 13 years old. We just kept stuff on the shelf because we knew something was going to break and we didn't know which one. So we were always ready to, when a building went offline because our equipment failed, we were there to fix it. We're now actually starting to move into more proactive. We're starting to get on top of these things. Actually, our biggest struggle, similar to like kind of what you heard from Scott, is the staffing to actually, meet all of the needs of the organization. But from a funding perspective, we're actually doing pretty good. You heard the budget team talk about trying to move 50% of one-time funds into ongoing funds. That's one of our biggest priorities here is just kind of set us up for the future to keep being proactive, keeping on top of these things moving forward. Similar to what you just heard Scott talk about, inflation has been biting us too. We had a storage platform system. We replaced it, about every 4 to 5 years. We try to look at some of our base infrastructure, our server infrastructure, our storage infrastructure, and we see 5 to 10% increases every time we have to replace that thing. Well, this time we went from $85,000 to over $200,000 for just a direct replacement. We're not adding new features. We're not, upgrading or to anything new and fancy. This is just purely replacing the existing equipment. So inflation is really starting to bite in a lot of different areas, and you'll see that across the city. Our next real strategic priority, and this is kind of, I talked about how from the 2008 we were playing kind of catch up in reactive mode. We've really started to make progress on a lot of our physical infrastructure, our servers, our network equipment. I think applications is the next area of focus for us. We have one system still at the city that is running on an old system that was designed in the 80s. So you'll be happy to know that the city of Flagstaff has the best technologies the 80s had to offer. Those are the types of things that we need to move forward on. We still have a lot of work to do in that area. Application modernization doesn't always mean replacing software. Sometimes it's just around the way that the software was implemented, having the staffing and the project management resources in order to move that software forward. As an example, 10 years ago, we replaced our ERP system at the exact same time that the county replaced their ERP system. The county dedicated staffing as well as $2 million in implementation funds for their ERP. We, I think, got like $100,000 that first year and said, good luck. To our credit, our staff are awesome. Team Flagstaff has the best staff around, and we were able to do a lot with that. But it just shows that there's a lot of that kind of supporting funding and that supporting staffing that is needed to really get good implementations. And because of that, that's why we still have one system we're still trailing on even 10 years later. So we're working towards that. That's one of our strategic priorities. We also have a technology team, which has representation from every division across the city. This is one of their strategic priorities that they have expressed to me. So we're really just kind of doubling down as this is sort of the next step from an infrastructure perspective. And then hybrid work improvements. That was the other strategic priority from the technology team. You think of the technology we have in here, we have lots of conference rooms across the city, and they have varying degrees of technology. And the more and more we kind of really lean into this hybrid work environment, the more and more, meetings with community partners. They're not coming into City Hall. They're staying in their offices. We're staying in ours. Staff are staying, could be at home or in the office. The more this is important. So that $300,000 total need is to replace just basically everything across every conference room across the entire city. I don't think we're going to do all of that this year, but just continuing to make progress towards that. And then the last slide I have is I just kind of wanted to talk about some really upcoming critical, kind of more high dollar needs that we have coming up. We have some server infrastructure replacement. That's coming up, not necessarily this fiscal year, but we think we can move that to next fiscal year. We're trying to get a little bit creative. That's where some of these inflation costs are coming in, where this would have been a much lower dollar amount. We're hitting about that $400,000 mark for a lot of that server infrastructure replacement. Our dispatch software, that's something that's on our near-term horizon. The company that does our dispatch software, they have an older legacy system and a newer system. They have told us with that older legacy system, there are pieces of it that they aren't upgrading anymore. There's no more patches. We actually have to, for some of our GIS integration, we actually have to install an old version of the GIS software just to be compatible with the dispatch software. It's not necessarily like an immediate need where it's like, we need to do this year. I'm not going to be banging on the table for that money today. But $800,000 is something we need to plan for. That's a high dollar amount. We need to be looking at what the future of that looks like. And then HR payroll implementation, we actually had some conversations about that recently. That's another big strategic priority. That's the one that's currently on our system that was developed in the 80s. So with that, is there any questions? Yes.
So with the dispatch system, do we share that with other people, other organizations? And so is the $800,000 our share, or is that the whole thing?
That right now, that's for the whole thing. I'd have to do the complete calculation, but we do share that with the Coconino County Sheriff's Office as well as with NAUPD. We have an IGA. Actually, there will be an IGA hopefully coming to council in March to kind of renew that, and we're doing some updates to that as well. And so yes, that will be a shared cost. But it's still a very significant cost.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments, smart remarks? I'm down for anything.
Jokes.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'll use 12 minutes.
Oh, plenty of time. You've got break or more.
Great. Encourage any talk.
Yeah.
I want to make sure you had enough time.
Yeah, you've got time. That's perfect. Thank
Let
you.
me sip coffee first. Hold on.
Good morning again. My parents' council. Jenny Neiman, Climate Program Manager. I am standing in today for Nicole Antonopoulos. So just as you've heard from other divisions, I'm going to discuss needs as they relate to our climate goals. We're talking about the carbon neutrality plan, which is our guiding document, as well as, a just sort of policy document for us to begin implementing, which we're still in that implementation phase. Before I start, I really just want to shout out Team Flagstaff. I'm going to talk about kind of what we might call, like purely climate action projects, right? Things that need a little bit of catalyzation from our end. You've heard about climate action a lot over the last 2 days. And that is a testament to the folks in this room, to folks in Team Flagstaff. That might be, efficiency improvements at our water plants or the digester. It might be paid parking at the airport. It might be anything stormwater, right? That's all climate action too. And so I wish I could talk about that. I'm not going to, but really just to say kudos to Team Flagstaff for moving carbon neutrality and climate action forward in all of their decisions, because that's the dream. And we've been getting a lot better at it, and people have been stepping up. So, there it is. Before I want to get into kind of the numbers, I wanted to say here, we are not alone, right, in taking climate action. We are among 2,000 cities across the world that have declared a climate emergency. There are thousands more cities that are investing and moving on climate action. And at each decision point around the carbon neutrality plan, we've tried to really discuss the need for sustained commitment, sustained leadership, hard decisions, and investment that will be required. Climate action is an investment. We know that reducing emissions now will create a safer environment for the future, right? That's one of the best reasons to do it. The other reason to do it is it will save us money. We know that. That's not just me here. That is every global study ever done, right? Climate change is a ecological problem, right? It's a moral problem. It's also actually mainly a financial problem, right? We've seen that already at this retreat in talking about cost of the city, right? Globally, we just don't have enough money to deal with the changes that are coming. And so that, too soon, that is the fundamental problem, right? And so what we're trying to do is not only make a better environment for the future, but actually invest today to be able to see return in the future. There's also, and I prefer to spend time thinking about the opportunities, right? Climate action is a job creator, right? It's an economic driver, and it brings great benefits. We're really excited to support climate action businesses in this region, which are growing. We'll have an exciting announcement in a few weeks about our partnership with cities in Utah, New Mexico, and Colorado to invest in climate action, carbon dioxide removal companies, actually. And so that's the other side of it, right? Is that we really do see this as an investment. So I'm going to get into some numbers. For those of you who were here in May, this is a kind of review. We talked a lot about financial investment in May. We had our first big financial numbers, so you might recognize those. So I apologize for repetition. That conversation was really preparatory for this one today. So, Mayor and Council, we have estimated the community investment needed to implement the carbon neutrality plan. This is a very big number, and I want to acknowledge that. It's really important, though, to know that this number, and I'll get into the details, but this number includes a $200 million investment into the active transportation plan, right? It includes work at the landfill. It includes work on recycling, right? It includes a lot of other things that aren't, again, within kind of the purview of the sustainability section. Our analysis also shows that we stand to gain a benefit of about $621 million. So that net benefit, right, is sort of the profit, the return on investment. And that's just financial benefit, right? That is energy savings at somebody's home if they retrofit their home, for instance, or if they insulate their attic, or savings that you might get from electrification, right, and gas. There's an upfront cost, and then there can be savings down the line. And so we see $22 million in net benefit that comes from $621 million of benefit from this plan. And so what that doesn't include, before I get into the numbers, are indirect benefits. So it doesn't include, health benefits, right? Or air quality benefits to the community, or just the joy of, walking down a tree-lined street, right? That's not the kind of benefits that we talk about in that number. These are true financial benefits, return on investment. I thought it would be helpful to place this in perspective. We've talked about Ann Arbor a lot. They came out with a carbon neutrality plan at the same time as we did, or maybe the year before. They're pretty similar in terms of demographics, growth, the college town, slightly larger population. They've estimated the cost of earning carbon neutrality to be about $1 million. That tracks pretty well with ours. We've got some more legislative challenges that we'll have to take more costly measures, essentially, but we always look to them. There's also a lot of other cities doing this too. I've just chosen 4 other ones, but there's thousands across the US. Denver, Colorado, adopted a climate action tax in climate protection fund tax in 2020. It raises $40 million a year that goes directly to climate action in their community with a very, very big focus on frontline communities and equity. Tucson, Arizona is completing their climate plan right now, and their residents will actually vote this spring on sort of an addition of a franchise fee to fund climate action projects. Longmont, Colorado really invests in their green business program. And then Santa Fe County focuses a lot on their municipal emissions side. So there's a lot of different ways to do this, and there's a million different ways to spend on climate action. This is what's behind those numbers. I'm not going to go into everything on this thing, but we just bolded the ones that you'll recognize, right? Again, the AT&P, electrifying our city fleet, landfill gas capture, those are all included in this price tag. The carbon neutrality plan requires investments in our community, and we've tried to lay these out. Many of these infrastructure projects meet these goals. This is also an evolving list. We wanted to keep it what you saw in May, but the Clean Energy Purchase Project, we figured out a way to save the city millions. And we've already moved forward on that and actually accomplished that goal. And so this is a always evolving list, and we're always trying to track how it might go. Again, this is a projection, right, over a decade. So it's not exact, but what we're trying to do is just help folks understand kind of what this will take and what benefits. Again, just because there's not a revenue listed there, right, that doesn't mean that there's not a benefit to our community. It's just not a dollars and cents financial benefit. So next is, again, I know that was a big number, and this is really just a note that we don't expect that number to be paid by local funding, right? That's not what we're trying to do here. We know that there will be many, many different ways to fund climate action. That's what we're doing today, right? We're using federal funding. We've gotten grants from private entities. We have, the utility is incentivizing things today right now. And so there's climate action happening. There's climate funding happening all the time. Right now, we're looking hard at federal grant opportunities. SBK is my hero always, but especially now, there's a lot of money coming down the pipe for climate action. It's kind of overwhelming at some point. The feds are aligned with where we're going, right? The feds want to see climate action in all of their projects, right? Whether that's, transportation or funding environmental justice. And I think we're working on 3 large grant applications right now among the sustainability team. Beyond federal funding, this landscape is constantly evolving, and we really can't underscore the value of our partners. We've talked a lot about NAU recently and their climate work. They've been making some big moves. FUSD is a key partner here. They've already electrified several of their schools, which are big buildings and hard to electrify. So it's really cool to see them moving. Mountain Line, as Scott said, I think they're throwing a party in a couple weeks about their first electric bus, right? So our partners are also moving forward and investing in climate action as well. This is not just the same. These projects, and there's a lot on this slide, but the point is that it's not just going to be direct funding, right? We're going to rely a lot on policy change. We're also going to rely a lot on market change. That graph on the side, it really is just to show the growth in just 10 years in terms of financing for climate action, right? This is an investment. This is just financing and loans. Those numbers are in the billions, and it's pretty much doubled in the last 10 years from $300 billion to about $600 billion in investing in climate action. The red on there is renewable energy. The blue is low carbon transportation, which is mostly electric vehicles, right? The market is going with us. Our problems with electric vehicles are because there's really high demand. That is great because people like to make money, and we're going to see more electric vehicles because of that, right? Because we are seeing those high demands. And so we are going to rely a lot on technology change and market change. And that's great, right? We want the climate solution to be priced as the cheapest solution instead of trying to persuade people into making choices, which is hard and takes a lot of work. Yes.
Looking at this graph, how do you account for the dip in 2018? I'm just asking out of curiosity.
In renewable, I don't know, actually. Okay. That's great. Yeah. I'll find out.
No problem.
It's a big dip. And so we did notice it's not necessarily in renewables, or a little bit in EVs was mostly the dip there. Sure. Okay, so we also want to talk just a little bit too about behavior change, right? Things that CJ just talked about, right? Hybrid work policies, right? We will also see behavior change. So that's kind of the third leg here. Yeah. All right. So what will this look like? The work is broad. And I wish that I could tell you, council, that we can solve this problem with just solar panels or electric vehicles, right? Our lives would be a lot easier if that was the case. But we know that's not how we're going to get there. It's not the reality of climate work. It's a million small changes. It's overwhelming sometimes, but we've got 4 main priorities, and these 15 target areas really do highlight the many different areas that we have to work. And you'll see a lot of what you've already heard about show up in those. And what I wanted to just pause here for is because the work is so broad, and because we're working from the policy level down to the individual behavior change level, right? That takes staff, right? I right now am trying to take contractors out to coffee, right, to talk about heat pumps, right? It's these little movements, right, that we have to see. And so again, we work at the policy level too. We work at the big funding level, but it's really broad. And so that's why you will see staff requests coming from us this year to focus on transportation as well as on just building community capacity. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But it's really about doing this broad work and doing it at all levels because we know we need to do that to succeed. So I'm going to just talk on 3 topics really quickly, diving into transportation. We have a lot of work to do, right? So we need to move the needle quickly on transportation. Some of these need funding for it, and some of these don't. There's a lot of policy development when we talk about transportation, right? We need to help our standards and our codes match where we want to go as a city, right? Match our climate goals. And that takes a while. We're working on it. We've invested in it now. Transportation demand management program, you will see a request in there. This is kind of flipping the script. It kind of is taking a water view of transportation, if that makes sense. Instead of saying, well, we'll just build as many roads as needed, right? As many roads as people are going to drive here when we have a new development. We don't think about water that way, right? We think about water as how do we reduce the demand, right? We're not going to continue to expand, right, our water needs. How do we reduce the demand and try to conserve? And so transportation demand management is really about that and flipping that script and saying, instead of just building and building and building, how do we think about how to better use the network that we have, essentially? A project to note is micro-mobility share. We'd like to bring scooters and e-bikes or e-bikes back to Flagstaff. We were in a contract to do this in 2020. The company we were with broke that contract and no longer exists anymore. The pandemic caused a lot of shifts in micromobility share, which was disappointing because we're really excited. Shared mobility can bring quick trips, can bring accessible trips to tons of people, residents, visitors, scooters alike. So we are working now to restart that procurement process. The AT&T returns again here. The funding of active transportation is going to be critical to achieving our climate goal. Those two are tied, and that's why we always talk about it. And the AT&T really, contributes to the big shift, to think about our investments. And all of these things here are really supportive of moving forward on the big shift, thinking differently about our transportation infrastructure. Energy, it's less distributed than transportation, which is great, because transportation is a million tiny decisions every day, right? But we're still talking about some 20,000 homes in Flagstaff, right, that we want to think about their energy systems. Energy efficiency, everybody loves. It's the lowest hanging fruit. There's a lot of houses without attic insulation, if you can believe it, in Flagstaff, many. You can look right now, who's got the biggest bicycles? That means they have the most heat escaping from their roof, right? And so it can show you, like, gosh, we have a lot of work to do. I have bicycles too. We mentioned Noresco yesterday, that Gary's working with them. So is Joe and Scott, and really everybody across the organization is working on this energy savings contract project. We call it the ESCO. This finances investments in city-owned buildings. We're going to start phase 1, as we said, is weatherization and lighting, right? Because there's a return on investment there. It means this building has great LEDs, right? Because it's new. A lot of them don't. And there are huge energy savings there. And we're kind of leaving money on the table when we don't invest in that, right? We have a lot of deferred maintenance, as you heard about. A lot of that is in efficiency. And so the sooner we can kind of invest in these things, the better, and we'll be able to see the return. These projects, then the second phase, we'll get into the bigger stuff, the boilers, right? The boiler at the library building, right? Going into electrification of buildings, things at the water plants. That will be phase 2. And again, we're hoping the idea is that this all pays for itself, right? And that's why we have the financing folks involved. We're also pushing on electrification and efficiency across the community. We're somewhat limited by state policy here, right? But we know that we burn a lot of fossil fuels in our homes. We combust fossil fuels in our homes. We want to move away from that for efficiency reasons, for climate reasons, for health reasons, maybe most important. Right? And that takes a lot, right? That takes a lot of deep work with residents. We've got NAU students going around just knocking on doors right now, talking to folks about energy and what they think about it. But that's the kind of work that it takes, right? This is my reminder. I try to do it every time I present. Cold climate heat pumps work in Flagstaff. They are here. People love them. They'll heat your homes negative 30 degrees. But it takes a lot of kind of that changing hearts and minds to do this. And so this relates again to sort of staff capacity, engagement. We want to invest in communications this year to really improve our website, to get some like professional help on our website and really be able to kind of speak to the community really effectively, right? And get out in the community. So you'll see a lot of boots on the ground things as it relates to energy, because again, if we're convincing someone to go into their home, right, and make a change, you've got to build a lot of trust, and you've got to win a lot of those hearts and minds.
I just had this image pop in my head of Charlton Heston clutching his gas stove.
Sounds like it. All right. Neighborhood resilience and equity. These will remain central to our work. They are not the shiny things, but an example is the past few weeks of snow, right? A neighborhood's strength is sometimes can be shown by who knows their neighbors, right? Who can go ask for help when they need help shoveling out a snowbird, right? And so, that also is the equity side too. We know who has greater challenges when our sidewalks aren't shoveled, right? And so we need to invest in building community capacity. Steve Thompson on our team leads this. We have stream stewards, right? We have Adoptive Avenue. And, we want to invest in that to get community volunteers engaged, right? We know that a lot of folks were out there already snow shoveling, right? But we know that there might be more, right? And so we are working on a Snow Heroes program that will use technology, right? And apps. And we don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but it's going to get people who can shovel to those folks who might not have asked for help before, right? And who might not know their neighbors, right? I think that there's a little bit of magic in this stuff, because let's say somebody gets connected to get help shoveling out of their, driveway, right? Maybe that leads to a relationship. You know your elderly neighbor down the street. Maybe you know who to go ask for a cup of sugar, right? And so that's great, and there's real value there. But maybe also, if your refrigerator dies, you can take your medication somewhere, right? And maybe more importantly, you could also go and let's say you're an elderly resident, and you cannot get the pine needles out of your gutters every spring, right, to prepare for fire season. And so, if we have an ember flying event, right? What if we had some more community strength and made sure, and neighbors are making sure everybody's houses are fire ready, right? And so that's kind of the connections here. Again, it's not that shiny stuff, right? But it is really investing in connecting our neighbors, because that is community resilience and that is community equity, and that's how we move forward.
No capes. No capes.
Mayor and Council, that's what I have for you, and thank you so much for your time.
Oh, yes, please. And I have a question too.
Okay, great. And I have a little bit of a sideways question, but a comment first. Obviously, I think everyone here knows where I stand on carbon neutrality and our efforts within the budget to reach our goals and to walk our walk and talk our talk. It is my honor and privilege to be here on council representing that voice in the community. And to do so as practically as possible, even when the community is clamoring for reaching for the stars on these things. I have a question, Jenny. You're welcome to tackle this. I also want to call up Stacy BK. You're up.
He hasn't asked yet.
I haven't asked it yet. No, come on up, because I do think you'll have some insight into this. And Stacy, I don't know how you're going to answer this question, and I encourage you to answer very honestly. I'm genuinely curious. But I've applied for grants before. I've worked with the government. And just as an example, when I'm applying to be an NSF fellow with the National Science Foundation. They have broad categories of boxes they like to check, things that make them feel good and things that, you know, fulfill their larger agenda when they're doling out funds. My question for you, and I don't think we've really discussed this much, but when we are awarded federal grants, how often is that process helped out by our carbon neutrality plan in terms of these new infrastructure dollars, and a lot of the money's coming in? When you're able to go down the list and check that box that we're working diligently on these efforts, do you know what I mean? Like, what are the intangibles and the uplift of having carbon neutrality goals as a city, helping broadly all of our efforts in terms of raising funds?
So I think very good. And what you're seeing now, especially on the bill and the infrastructure grants, you know how they have, like in the notice of funding, they have you meet these specific criterias.
Exactly.
And in some of that criteria, it talks about climate change, your sustainability. You're working with us now on NIH's application to add that in there. And so it's very common that we're starting to see that they're asking that question. And we're adding that narrative into our grant applications. And I do think that it's, when the reviewers are looking at that, I think they are giving us a thumbs up. And
that makes our grant applications more competitive.
Yes, I think we're getting some additional, whether we're getting additional points, but we're, you know, when they ask the question, we're checking that, hopefully getting more points by having that. You know, sometimes we're careful how we word that because we don't want to commit ourselves anytime in an application too much, you know, so that we have some flexibility when we get the award. But yes, I would say it's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Jenny, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. I just,
Yeah, I mean,
I sense.
No. We're doing a lot. I mean, and now we're starting to see a lot of these grants coming out, these EPA grants, working on a big one now with Kaylee, and then you are seeing that question though now more in grant applications. So I think the federal government's seeing, you know, starting to ask it. So that's a good thing,
yeah,
right?
my point was that I think our efforts here lift all boats. There's an intangible element there of making us more competitive elsewhere, and contextually it's something important to keep in mind. I don't know, Jenny, if you want to add to that, or
Yeah, only that we're starting, you know, we know where the feds are, right? And we know what they want and they're aligned with us and we're seeing that, right? They've also got a great focus on environmental justice and equity and making sure that public dollars are reaching all groups. So, and that's not just on climate projects, right? I want to be clear, that's on water projects, right? And fire and all these things. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
Thanks, great presentation, and you're always so excited about this. It's amazing. So yes, thank you. Couple of things, broken record here. I attend a church on San Francisco. It's about 60 years old. I was just over there Wednesday. We received a sustainability grant, Harvard Chapel, yes, and it was before I ran for council, so no whatever there. And I met the furnace guy there because we're looking at installing a electric furnace. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
I'm excited.
Our building is 60 years old.
Yep.
So what he told me is that we're looking at another $20,000 to retrofit that building for an electric furnace. Plus, now we have an additional problem because we don't know if we have enough room to put in whatever that thing is that you have to put in. So my point is that what are we going to do about those kind of situations? Now, we're a small church, and we're probably going to go out to our bigger, church sisters and brothers, and we're going to ask them for some support and assistance. And we'll eventually get enough money to do this. But what about those other folks that maybe do not have those resources that they can go out to? So it's fine for us to want to do carbon neutrality, But what I want us to think about all the time, and not just sometimes, because I'm mentioning it, is that every time we talk about this, how are we going to help folks get to where we want them to be that do not have those resources? That has got to be a part of the conversation. We just can't talk about carbon neutrality and not talk about how we're going to get there. Equity is a big thing. Okay, so I'm going to keep telling people that because, as I say, we're not going to all be young forever. We're all going to get older at some point, and that goes to the buses. So how are we going to talk about transportation? How are we going to get buses out to my house so I don't have to drive in the snow because I don't like to anymore?
Good.
So yeah. So those are just the conversations that I want us to have. We cannot just have this conversation. We've got to talk about those other pieces. So anyway, that's just comments. So no question, just a comment.
Thank you. If I may respond, Councilmember Harris, I'm really glad you did this. We have a financing gap, right? We know that the investment, particularly for retrofits, right, of electrification and efficiency, folks do not have that, right? And it is a high gap. First of all, I want to talk to you. I want to come over. I want to talk to your HVAC guy, right? To dig into those numbers. And frankly, we do this at this point, right? We're doing this with individual residents that call us and say, "Can you talk to me about this?" We're at that level, and we know we need to be because the folks that are trying to do this are showing leadership, right, and trying to get there. So we have that financing gap. There's a couple things. Locally, we have started and this is for residences, so it doesn't apply, but for low-income community members, you can get, I think, double the size of rebate, right? Because we know that folks don't have it in pocket, and we know that we can't just have the rich folks electrifying their homes, right? We need them to be everyone. And so what we do is we ask for, your income verification. It's a much longer, more intensive process, but we want to get folks that higher rebate. And so the city gives that to you. More importantly, because there's more money available, the feds have recognized this. And so the Inflation Reduction Act has incredible benefits, particularly if you are middle income, and even better if you are a low income household. And so that is where the feds are coming in because, again, we know we have this gap, right? And we are not going to ignore it, right? And so the feds are coming in to provide that incentive because what we know is we need to get there. Right. And so it's just about how do we finance it and how do we make it happen? And so the federal government has made this very, very clear. It is trillions of dollars in this sorts of things. And much of it is starting January 1st. It's already here is tax rebates for doing these things. And you can get, I think, up to $8,000 if you are a resident in a low income house for these kinds of things. So that's all kinds of efficiency, electrification, et cetera. Councilmember Harris, that still doesn't fill the gap, and I understand that, and I just want to thank you for that, and we will continue to be thinking about this because it's really critical.
Councilmember Matthews has a question. Question, and I was looking to go to, the APS was having a meeting next Friday, but they have other better things. But one thing that's been on my radar, if you will, and I read through the changes in the updates in the carbon neutrality plan, and it talked about APS doing their part to go to more renewable energies on the electric grid. But I also have read in the paper last year sometime, SRP and APS said in an article that they did not have the infrastructure to support the current needs into 2023, which we're now in, right? And then I look back and see Vaderville was without electricity for 9 hours on Thanksgiving Day. You read what happened in Texas and Detroit and other places that went days in very severe weather without electricity. So do you know what APS is doing to improve their infrastructure so that, because we live in a climate that is very cold, and with climate change, we can't really predict how much worse it's going to get. What are they doing to, as we keep loading the demands onto them, what are they doing to ensure to the public that they can keep up and keep us warm? If we don't have any other warming source, than all electric, right? So what are they doing?
Thank you. Of course, thank you so much, Councilmember Matthews. And
One moment before you respond, I just want, this is great conversation. I know that it's a lot of value, and so I haven't interrupted. We are running behind, so I just want everyone to be aware of that. I'm going to cut it off of my time with you all, but I just want everyone to acknowledge that I want to make sure that we stay on topic, we stay up here, and we don't get too much in the weeds, problem solving everything right in this moment. And I want to make sure I give you a chance to respond to that. And then also, Mayor, afterward, if you could read Council Members House's comment just for the public record, that'd be great.
okay, sure. Thank you, Katie. So I was going to suggest it's probably good. We should bring APS up here and have this conversation, right? And bring them into a council meeting. I will say, today our grid is 50% renewable or 50% clean, right? We're already in, and that's the grid we've had for a long time, right? And so, these challenges are not new. They are things that APS has been working on for a long time. There are national efforts to increase the resilience of our grid and also expand our grid. We're going to need maybe double the amount of electric power in the coming decades. We've done that before. We did that in the 70s and 80s, actually. We doubled the amount of electric transmission lines across the United States. So it is not out of like a blue moon that we could do this, right? This country has done it before because we needed to. I will say too, absolutely, and resilience and power going off, right? In some ways, we already have that, right? If you have a gas furnace in your home, it needs electricity to run, right? Unless it's deeply, deeply old. So we already have some of that resilience and we're working on that. But it's absolutely a concern and something we want to look into. But I think we should bring APS up here and have that conversation because I think these are really important questions.
All right, so I'll read Councilmember House's comments, and then I just have a real quick thing. I love the creativity here, Jenny, and the focus on community and neighborhood engagement. I would just urge making sure the message is we are in this, not coming across as you've got this. In other words, not risking community resiliency coming across like you're on your own. But the focus on building resiliency and neighborhood equity is really exciting and important to me. So I thank you for including it.
Thank you. 100%.
And my thing is, at some point in the future, and probably not part of a council meeting, but could we have a cost savings discussion, like a deep dive into each line item and publicly, yes. and maybe it's just a public meeting that's all about that, where you help us understand how each of those line items was calculated.
100%. We would love that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Okay, great. So it looks like we're ready to move into our break. Why don't we get back and get started at 10:30? How's that sound? I'm going to cut the extra time off my.
First of all, I don't think you should cut out of your time if you want to use this.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
But you want to get started at 10:30? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And you can check in with staff about whether they need the full time, or we can also go later.
I'll check in with them and see. A lot of times they build in flexibility in a really great way. So, everyone feeling energized after their break?
Yes.
Always feel free to take care of your body. Stand up when you need to, if you need to, of course. So, right now, we're going to talk a little bit about an ongoing conversation from what we talked about during the last retreat. And I'm curious, what do you remember from the last retreat regarding the session that I facilitated in particular?
Trust.
Trust. What about trust, Vice Mayor?
It was a big word you wrote on the board.
Okay, so it's a big part of what though? Like, why does it matter? Trust.
Well, I think we're in a team building process here. And I think the city wants to see our council working well together and working forward. And so it's important to, the building block of that is trust, partially.
Yep, absolutely. Spot on. And does anyone remember the components of trust that we talked about? Like, what makes up trust? You can look at notes if you want to. Does anyone remember? By asking you, it helps your brain recall and remember. Honesty. Yeah, that's a huge part of trust, right? Just flat out being honest, right? And then there's a consistency component, right? So it's the doing what you say you're going to do and knowing what to expect of people, that there's some consistency to that honesty, or the way that in which they operate is what builds trust over time, right? And you guys remember the jar of marbles analogy?
Yeah.
That it's easy to knock it over and it takes a long time to earn it back. Yeah? Okay, anything else you guys remember besides trust that we discussed last time? I'm sorry. Well,
I don't remember yesterday.
yeah, that's okay, but this is good. This is how adults learn. You're being forced to recall, and it'll stick in your brain better when we recall it now.
I remember talking about one strength we had and then one area that we thought we could improve.
Yeah, yep. And we talked about that in the framework of sort of what it means to be a good leader or a good communicator, which go hand in hand, right? So does anyone remember that area of strength, an area of growth for them? Yes.
My growth was to ask more questions.
Say that again?
My growth was to ask more questions.
The growth was to ask more questions. And that gets to one of the things we talked about that kind of is fundamental to great leadership, which is fundamentally curiosity. When we show up in a room, having already decided, we limit the options, right? We know this because sometimes we might have community members who are passionately coming to you with something important, right? And we also need to be open to the solutions, right? And we as leaders can help guide them to some of that thinking as well, which is not to say that passion is bad, right? But how can passion limit us, Councilmember Matthews?
Well, passion was actually one of my weaknesses.
Right?
And so many times, just in personal experience, you're very passionate about something. It narrows your mind to being open to hearing other points of view or perspectives. So I have to kind of balance that.
Right, right. An example of that is, oh, you're a Democrat, I'm not going to talk to you. Oh, you're not that I'm saying anybody here on the council would do that, but we've heard this, we've seen this, and it's been reinforced in our national medias, right? Or you're a conservative, I'm not going to talk to you, right? We talked about this at lunch yesterday.
We did.
Yeah. And so that doesn't mean that passion for a topic isn't great as we hear people, community members coming in. But there is a component that I talked about briefly, which was this concept of the story we tell ourselves. This idea of, if you mind passing that down, victim, villain, and hopeless. Does anyone remember anything about that they could speak to? What you see in front of you relates to it, but I have to fill in the gaps. So,
Well, we talked about how, sometimes if that passion is too much at the forefront, that you can begin to see someone who disagrees with you as the villain in your story.
right, that's right. And then you can then set yourself as the victim, and then it becomes a justification for your own verbal violence toward them. And I say violence in the frame of maybe aggressive words or even just shutting down the options for conversation, the options for being willing to negotiate, right?
Can I read what Councilmember House said?
Yes.
There was
please.
an acronym, and then she asks LAVA, L-A-V-A.
Yes.
And then she says, we tend to tell two stories where we are the victim and the opposition is the villain.
Yes, and we're going to go over that one as well. Was there any more of those handouts? I thought I printed 9.
Here,
Oh, can I just
I
have?
texted it to.
Thank you. I was going to ask someone to do that. Thank you. And you have one. So,
Councilmember Harris needs one.
I'm sorry. Can I say something, or do you need to keep going?
You guys can interrupt me. I'm a facilitator. I can go with it. Go. Yes.
I think I know where you, I shouldn't say I think, I do know where you're coming from, but passion can be necessary a lot of times because there are some subjects that we ought to be passionate about because we need to keep them in the forefront. Otherwise, they don't get talked about.
Exactly.
So,
And so a good point here to make is advocacy and the passion for advocacy is not mutually exclusive to good communication skills and the ability to also be curious about another's perspective, seek to understand, and then together come towards solutions that will work for most, right? So sometimes we think it's kind of an all or nothing, right? And the passion is a strength that can become a downfall when it overly clouds our vision to the possibilities or the willingness to be curious and seek the perspectives of others, right? So that we only then seek the opinions and data that then supports our perspective. And great leadership is the willingness to look at all the data, even if it doesn't support our perspective. Yes.
You almost said what I was going to say. In my life, I've been an advocate for certain organizations.
Right.
And what I realize is, that you're advocating for one point of view, ignoring the other things, just advocating for that one point of view.
Right.
But I also realize that as a council person, I'm not an advocate. I'm supposed to listen to all of the advocates on all the different sides and then rationally weigh what really makes sense in the end. So being an advocate and being a council member are two very different things.
I would say I agree with you, and
Right.
they're not always so clear cut and dry. For example, Vice Mayor mentioned that he feels his purpose on the council is to advocate for the general concept of carbon neutrality and what that might look like overall, right? And so he can still be the voice or the representative of that perspective while still being willing to hear the perspective of the facilities who say, as long as you're willing to pay $1 million for a garbage truck, we can do that, right? So there's it's not always mutually exclusive, but in general,
I agree with you.
But in general, I would say I agree. We can get into trouble when we sit on a council and we see our view is only to advocate for one lane, and we forget to then listen to all the perspectives in the room. I'm just going to go ahead and say minimum wage is a good example of that, right?
Well,
So
I have advocated for things at council. There's no doubt about that. But I also do, personally, I do it through the filter of trying to be rational and not just take one viewpoint, but I try to think it through and then advocate.
right, which gets to a lot of things we talked about last time, which are what are the qualities of great leadership and judgment and discernment and the willingness to collect all the perspectives is part of that, so that we don't jump to a decision because we're passionate right off the bat, that we have that in conjunction. Right, so, and here's a good little summary of some of the, if you go on that way, let's take a picture too, that would be great. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Can I
Those are notes from last time.
just add something there, because it's something that I've worked really hard on, and I don't always achieve what I want to with it. But something that I've had to work really hard on is calming down enough when I'm really passionate about something to really hear somebody else who has a different point of view. Because, I mean, there have been times when I've been so passionate about something that immediately as they're talking, I'm already planning my offense for my point of view. And
right.
I still have to work at that to kind of calm down and allow that person to speak their mind.
Would everyone in the room who is in a situation ever where they have to calm themselves and not just respond with their opinion in order to hear someone else, if that's ever a situation for you, please raise your hand.
Oh, good, yeah.
So, Mayor, you are not alone. And I will say it even is triggered the more someone else is equally as passionate and almost defensive in their stance, right? So what then opens up a great conversation? Questions. We talked about that. The power of questions, the power of curiosity. Yes.
I just want to point out that both sides have to be open-minded. Just to give you an example, I was on the Grand Canyon Working Group, which was negotiating a compromise on air tours. The air tour industry would not compromise.
Yep.
The whole thing was a total waste of time.
Maybe. So I would say yes, if that's where you're stuck. There are strategies to help move from that position.
We should have had a facilitator.
That absolutely you should. This is my job. This is what I'm brought in for. So one time I was in a facilitation of Democrats and Republicans all in the same room. Okay. And we were talking about gun laws. We were talking about abortion. We were talking about all the fun topics. And the beauty of facilitating this kind of environment is that it started out with, how do you think the other group sees you? And it was a lot of the assumptions being made, right? How do you wish they saw you, right? I don't hate children. I just would like the right to own a gun, right? Like that was one of the conservative perspectives. And then, I don't hate, they were just like clarifying how they feel like they're seen and how they wish they were seen, right? Then they talked about their topics on things. You'll never believe what happened from there. Once they actually talked about their positioning on these topics, and then we got to share with each other, all of a sudden you would start hearing comments from both sides of the room saying, oh, I didn't realize that you had so much openness to flexibility in this area. Or the Democrat would say something like, I'm not trying to take away everyone's guns. I would just like us to reinforce the existing laws. It's just, there was just a whole lot more how we do this and negotiate opportunities once we were able to see each other differently. Once we were able to remove the stories we were telling ourselves as victim, villain, or hopeless, right? So it's about, in those situations, yes, having a facilitator, but also about knowing how to redirect the focus. So in front of you, you have something called the sphere of influence. And has anyone seen this before? Yeah. I'm going to apply it in a different way. So in the sphere of influence, what is out of your control is on that left column. Out of your control is other people's thoughts, emotions, and behavior, right? You can't control the passion of which a community member might come up and talk about a topic, right? But on the right column is how you tend to feel when you're focused on the things that are outside of your control, other people's opinions, behaviors, and emotions, right? Which is what? Angry, frustrated, hopeless, disempowered. What happens when we feel out of control because we're focusing on the pieces we can't control?
Try to get control.
We do one of two things. We either try to get control by advocating for our opinion and convincing, or we check out. Yeah? Because it's hopeless. We do one of those two things. So then the sphere of influence is really around the thoughts, emotions, and behaviors of others that you might be able to influence with some empathy, perspective taking, curiosity, questions. When you're in that sphere, then it feels a little bit more, you're in a curious state. You're hopeful, maybe patient, even accepting, even when they might disagree, right? Feels like a totally different realm, right? And then there's the area of control. What's within your control?
Your response.
Your thoughts, your emotions, your assumptions, your behavior, right? And once you actually focus there, then it feels more empowering, clarity, confident. You're clear on the content of what's in the mind, right? So that's how that can feel. So part of it is helping people refocus instead of staying stuck on where we're out of control. How many people have ever had a group of employees stuck on a change that happened in their department, and everyone gets stuck on the parts they can't control, and it's a bunch of, raise your hand, Chief. There you go. Right, and so your employees are angry, frustrated, hopeless, disempowered, and you as a leader would need to refocus them. Where do we have influence here? How can we influence the implementation of whatever? Or the community member who's talking about something. One way is to get curious, to be patient, to be accepting, to ask questions. And then to use Councilmember House, the lava method, right? To listen and acknowledge and seek to understand, to validate how they feel, because they're allowed to feel the way they're feeling and ask great questions. And guess what that does? What does it do?
Lowers the temperature.
It de-escalates. It helps them feel heard. And guess what it does in return? It makes them more open to hearing you. Yeah? So this is, man, this is a good thing for a successful partnership or marriage. This is a good thing to use with teenage children. This is a good thing to use with a passionate community member. It's a good thing to use with frustrated employees. Like, I'm telling you, you can use this concept everywhere. And it's the power of recognizing where someone's at. And the clue is how they're feeling and how you're feeling. Here's the caveat. Your goal is to not avoid getting in the outside circle. Because guess what? You're a human being. The entire society is reinforcing your thinking there, and you're going to do it. So just let that part go. You're going to. The question is how long you allow yourself to stay there. The question is how long you allow yourself to stay there. And if you notice somebody else on the council or a community member or a staff member or whatever showing signs that they might be stuck there, what can you do?
Recess.
Call a recess. Yes, Mayor, that's a good tactic. And it's getting curious, asking questions, using the lava method. Let them feel validated and heard, and then open up the door for some options. So we talked a little bit about negotiation last time. Anybody remember? It was kind of brief. What we talked about with negotiation. You now have notes in front of you can cheat off of.
Find where there's an agreement, say it out loud.
Find where you might agree. So I'm having a conversation with Republicans and Democrats about gun laws. And I start the conversation with, let's talk about where we all agree. We all care about the safety of our children in schools. We all do. We all want to see a solution where we can all have a little bit more peace in mind about our children in our school settings. We all agree on this. So let's start from here. And thank you for showing up because you're passionate about this, right? Now let's talk a little bit about the different options or opinions on the how, right? So no more headlines, one-liners, oversimplification, Vice Mayor, of a concept, right? Because there's so many more nuances that can be discussed. What's another part of negotiation?
Questions.
Making sure you understand what they're thinking. But it's not just like, well, I think that the government should stay out of our lives when it comes to this. Let's just say that's like a perspective, right? So as soon as you hear that strong thing, it doesn't mean you say, oh, okay, and you back away. Because then all of a sudden, you haven't gotten to, is there any room for discussion here?
And you're still making assumptions about where that person's coming from.
Exactly. It's so easy to judge. And I'm using judge not as in making good judgments, but as in judging others based on assumptions, right? It's easy to get there. And man, does the media just want you to. Yeah?
I was just going to bring that up. Again, back when I lived in California, I was on a citizen advisory council, and I worked in Oxnard, where all the gangs kind of, that's where they were from.
Uh-huh.
And so the media, no matter what happened, if it was somebody that was born in Oxnard, but they lived in Santa Barbara for 20 years, an Oxnard man did this crime, or the crime happened in Oxnard, but it was a Santa Barbara person that did the crime. So the headline was always Oxnard this, which built this perception that Oxnard was, the evil place to be and stay. We were trying to rebuild an image and do stuff. And it was really challenging. And we worked with media to ask them to be a little bit more balanced. And now you see today, it's just so, they control our emotions. I don't even watch the news anymore and read a lot of the paper because I get so emotional about, how things are presented instead of just the facts. So.
And why are they doing that? Why are they trying to incite an emotion? Because what does it lead to?
Builds interest in what they produce.
Right. And the stronger I feel about it, the more right I am.
Right.
If you want to read a great book, The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt, love that book. Great book. Talks about why good people are divided on religion and politics. So I love that you brought that up because the narrative doesn't just come from the media. We are constantly creating our own stories and narrative all the time. And the sign of a great leader is to constantly question that, right? To constantly step back into curiosity. You'll get there, go ahead, just go there. Yep, I judged them, right? And then the moment you recognize that, you've now stepped into the possibility of more curiosity. Okay, what else is underneath here? Because I'm in a room with Democrats and Republicans, and they all feel very strongly about abortion and guns and the things that we talked about, right? And then the more we ask questions about, okay, well, tell me more about your thoughts on this. And so we uncovered that there was maybe some misperceptions about what the other group really actually wanted, right? And then that's why they were feeling so defensive. And so then when they both got curious, they actually easily came to like, well, it would be cool if we did this. We started solving some of the nation's biggest issues in a room full of like 25 people, just being able to have a conversation where there's negotiation and curiosity, asking questions and seeking to understand. Right? Now that sounds simple when I say it like that. But again, there's a lot working against us that way. There's a lot working against us. So this is a tool, the sphere of influence is a tool to help remind yourself how to refocus and how to maybe refocus others around you just by simply getting curious and asking questions so that you can not only seek to understand and identify where you agree, but to also identify the last component of negotiation where there might be room for compromise. Because you're in a tricky place on a council, aren't you? There's not this like strong hierarchy like the rest of our society. And yes, your job, Councilmember McCarthy, is to listen to all the perspectives, but also you're here because you have some constituents who want you to advocate for certain things, right? Vice Mayor, like maybe that is about our environment.
And in the end, you have to make a decision.
And in the end, you have to make, because you don't get to not vote, huh, City Manager Clifton, right? So in the end, you have to make a decision. And it has to be one that's balanced with trying to hold space for the things your constituents want you to bring forward, the perspectives and data in front of you, and seeking to understand the perspectives that are in exact opposition to that. And then making a decision that you all feel will be best overall, which is going to entail some compromise, right? So that is the pieces that we talked about last time. And before I keep going, I wanted to say something about your emotional triggers. We've been talking a little bit about having an emotion reaction. And we talk about passion, but it also can just be anger, frustration, whatever. Our emotions can cloud that ability to take in the perspectives and to think rationally, right? So take a second, get a piece of paper and a pen. You too, Councilmember House, and list down for a moment. Nobody has to look at this list, so just be honest. List some of your triggers, your pet peeves and behaviors that disappoint you, give you anxiety, or just drive you crazy. Write them down. Try not to judge it, just write it, let it flow. It can be little, it can be big, just get it out. Give you 30 more seconds. Okay, so just to give this concept a little context, I'm going to share a story. One of my biggest pet peeves is complaining, which is why I'm not on council. and I say that, okay, before I share this story, if my 17-year-old son listens to this, I love you so much, honey. This was a great learning moment for me. So, because he studies government, sometimes they might listen to these meetings. So, what I have to say is, like, there was a time where my older son, he comes to me and he just starts complaining about how terrible his life is. Oh, I have this, and I have all these responsibilities, and I have to do this and this, right? And immediately when I hear complaining, I get frustrated. And the story behind it, I think, is, oh my God, you have it so much better off than I did. Like, how are you sitting in front of me complaining about this? So I'm in the shower washing my hair going, oh my God, you're so ungrateful. What a blah, blah, blah. And then I pause for a moment and I remember my 16-year-old self. Mom, it's not fair that blah, 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 right? And now that I'm an adult, I know what happened with my parents, that my dad was homeless at 13 and went to the military to get a roof over his head, and the things that my mom went through. So I had it way better than my parents. And I was like, oh, I get it. Like, each generation's supposed to maybe get a little better, and that's a natural part of life, and they don't know any better, and that's fine, and they're going to grow and see the world and expand, and it has nothing to do with me. I think that was the moment I became an adult. I was like 35. So knowing your pet peeves matters. Why? Because you'll have an emotional reaction to it. Not feeling heard is a huge one for some people, especially if you are an older woman who was raised in a family where you're not to speak unless you're spoken to, and you're not to give an opinion and not to disagree with the man in the house, and yada. I've coached a few women in that boat, right? So it depends, but whatever your pet peeve is, it matters, because oftentimes there's an emotional reaction tied to it. People often assume that it's the behavior and then the reaction or the consequence, right? It's this action happens and then this consequence happens. There's something in between. Anybody know what it is? Your belief about it. Your belief about it. Yeah. So what we call that is A plus B equals C. You can write that down. The action plus your belief equals the consequence. It's not A equals C, right? So as far as a pet peeve is concerned, in my example, A is the complaining of someone else. B is the belief that they have it better than I did, so how dare they complain. And C is my anger, right? What is your A plus B equals C? So think about that list of pet peeves. Find one that you might come across while sitting on council. Identify the belief that might be related to that emotional reaction you have. Just take a moment. So to give this a little bit more context, I'll just share another quick story. This is different, but it can be from forever ago. It can be from something that makes no sense, right? Early on in my marriage, I noticed that I worked a schedule. I worked like 7 to 3. He worked later, right? So when he came home from work, I found myself anxious every day he came home from work. I love my husband. I still do to this day. Like, why am I so anxious every time the man comes home from work, right? And I couldn't figure it out. I just recognized that it was there. Finally, I had to sit down and I'm like, okay, this is the action. He comes home. The consequence is I'm anxious. What is the belief in the middle? I could not just sit there and think about it until eventually I was like, in the moment, I'm like, here he comes. What's the thought? I don't have dinner ready. Oh my God. I'm upset because I didn't have dinner ready when my husband came home. I just worked a full day too. I'm helping him with his science fair, him with his math homework. I did not make dinner, and frankly, I'm not very good at cooking. Okay, so I'm feeling anxious. Why? Because I watched Leave It to Beaver when I was a kid, and I was sold a narrative that because I was home before him, I was supposed to have dinner ready. I figured it out. So I go to him and I say, honey, I realize every time you come home, I'm anxious because I don't have dinner ready. And his response was, that's ridiculous. You're not a very good cook. Right? He's actually a great cook. And he was like, don't worry about that. I will cook when I get home. I don't expect you to have dinner ready. And the fact that you're helping our sons with their homework is not a skill I have. Because I would just get frustrated and yell at them, and they walk away like happy about their math homework. So I don't know how you do that magic, but you just keep doing that, and I'll cook dinner. And all of a sudden, a daily stressor was removed. Now, is that going to be true for all things? No. But the more you can identify the pet peeve, right, and the belief in the between, the more you can even look to see if all those consequences are even necessary. And some of them might just be there, but if the sooner you can recognize it, you've already stepped into curiosity. Oh, what's that? What's that about? What's happening here? And then all of a sudden, Mayor, you're able to step outside of the emotional response and get curious and start asking questions. Yes?
I'll just add to that a little bit, because my pet peeve is psychological issue. And there's a name, they give it a name. So somebody that drinks loud or eats loud.
Yeah.
I almost killed my sister at 10 years old. She was eating a carrot. So my husband, like I stare at him wondering, how can you be so loud?
Yeah.
Like, are you doing this on purpose?
Yeah.
And we had to talk about this in marriage counseling. We're
Yeah.
still newlyweds. So I can't get over that.
Right. I'm glad you brought this up.
I can't get over it, but I recognize it. And I deal with it. Like the other morning, he came in because I like quiet, and he had a protein drink. And he goes, I want to go in the other room to drink. Thank you, Jesus.
You can mitigate it.
Because
right.
Now that we've talked about it, I said I'm trying not to be bitchy,
Uh-huh.
but it really is an issue for me.
Yeah.
And we looked it up, and there's actually a word for it.
Yeah.
I mean, and I know that I had it since I was a child.
Yep.
My sister almost didn't live through it.
That's right.
So, but now I recognize it, and I want to have a happy marriage, and I love my husband, so I just felt.
Exactly. So, Councilmember Matthews, what you're pointing to is sometimes you can't always remove it, like my example where my husband now cooks all the meals, right? But you can mitigate it sometimes. And sometimes you can't, but let's get there in a second. But knowing that, like, I hate standing in the bank line because my belief is every moment wasted is $1 wasted, or whatever someone might believe, right? So then you start doing online banking on the app on your phone, and then it solves the problem. So maybe you can remove it, and maybe you can't. And maybe you're in a situation where you're in a room and you're in a council meeting and you can't just walk away, right? And so just the awareness of it, the knowledge of the triggers, and the emotional outcome allows you to observe the situation. And as soon as you can step into the observer mode, then you have the ability to get curious and ask questions, or even just take a deep breath. Because what you're describing, Mayor, is the ability to sort of recognize and observe it. All of a sudden, you have more power as soon as you can observe it instead of be in it. To observe anger instead of be anger. Right? Okay. So, know your ABCs. Yeah? Know your ABCs. So, one of the last things I wanted to touch on too, and then I wanted to open up for any sort of situations and comments, is when it comes to trust, we talked a little bit about what trust is made up of, and sort of those opposites will diminish trust, potentially, right? How do you rebuild trust, not just by doing those things, but what do you do when trust is already diminished? What do you do when you're starting to not trust someone and it's hard to even start earning those marbles back in the jar? Thoughts?
Acknowledge.
Exactly. Acknowledge what you did. So this comes to, I think, an essential leadership quality that no one likes to talk about, which is fallibility. Anybody know what fallibility means? It's this concept of being willing to own and admit your mistake in public, right? There was this old leadership belief out there, and please let me know if Councilmember House has any written comments.
Just that she named what Councilmember Matthews has.
Misophobia.
Yeah.
Misophobia.
Yeah. Right.
But I was just Googling,
Phobia.
it goes beyond eating, it could be any sounds at all. Like snoring, just saying.
I know it.
All right.
And she also says that she's convinced that anyone who says they don't have some degree of it is lying.
Thank you, Councilmember House.
That can do it, or at least mitigate it.
I tell my husband, I'll send me down. We're in rehab.
But there's some things that are hard to mitigate. So I'm going to talk about fallibility a little bit, and I'll relate it to kind of what you're talking about too. So, I love you, my younger son, Weston. So my younger son has ADHD. We own it. We talk about it openly. And he has a pretty severe case. And people think it's just like, oh, I have a hard time focusing in class. It's actually, there's a whole lot of things that go along with it, and they can be pretty intense for a family. And because of that, he has a lot of impulsivity regulation issues. And he's doing his best. We're all doing our best. We even chose to use some medication to help. But at the end of the day, interrupting is really a challenge for him. And one of my other pet peeves is not being heard. Right? And so I can't fix it. I can't just get him to be better at it. I mean, first of all, maybe when he's 40 and all that executive functioning is up there and he has all that experience and feedback from everyone around him, maybe he'll be better at not interrupting, even with his ADHD. But right now, that's not the case. And so knowing that that's a trigger for me, I just have to step into, this isn't about me, right? This is him and me and our preferences colliding, and I just am going to stay open and curious and gently, with empathy, remind him, sweetie, please try not to interrupt. Can you hold on to that thought? No, I'm not going to remember. Okay. Why don't we, and having to come up with strategies and helping him how to remember something and waiting for someone to be done speaking. We haven't even gotten to listen to understand, but we'll get there someday, right? So you can't always mitigate. But the fallibility of it is the willingness to admit that you might have a challenge or that you made a mistake, right? So for him, he used to be so defensive. Oh, I didn't interrupt you, interrupted me, right? It's okay to make a mistake, right? It's creating this culture where it's okay. And there used to be this leadership philosophy where it's not okay to admit a mistake because that makes you look weak, uninformed, disorganized, whatever. We know the landscape has changed. We know that when a leader can say, we voted on X, we saw the outcome, we learned this from it, and moving forward, we're going to alter or pivot in these ways. People like to hear that, right? Now, are there going to be some people who call you a flip-flopper? Yeah, they're going to be there, right? But that's not necessarily going to be a majority of us. Research suggests that a majority of people like to hear how we've learned from our experiences and we move forward, right? And have that explained. Now, I'm not going to speak to the federal government level because it gets more complicated there, but here in this setting, I think it's very doable, right? So fallibility is something where we mirror that or model that to everyone that we can speak with. And by acknowledging our mistakes, we open up the door for more conversation, right? Yes, Mayor.
I think it's also important that when you acknowledge and apologize, that you are sincere and not just saying it because you got flack for making that mistake or saying that thing or whatever. People want to know that you honestly recognize what the error was.
Yes, I would totally agree with that statement from my perspective. Now, you're free to disagree with me, and you're in the hot seat, not me. So tell me, what do you actually think about this concept?
Which concept particularly?
Fallibility.
Fallibility.
I love it.
Yeah.
I adhere to the great Catholic mystic Thomas Merton, who basically preached that we're all asshats. And as soon as we can recognize that in each other, we can give each other a lot of grace.
Yes.
And that is actually the fundamental reason why we now recommend that to CEOs and leaders and politicians and elected officials. And it helps build the connection, the humanity, and the trust. Because when we can trust you to actually acknowledge that you learned from something, then we can trust your leadership and your ability to pivot moving forward.
And I may have misquoted Thomas Merton or probably used a different
No, I
term.
think he said asshat. Councilmember House says that reminds me of something from Brene Brown on vulnerability. Vulnerability is strength in you and weakness in me. I think similarly, we tend to value fallibility in others and fear it in ourselves. We trust people when we see their imperfections, but fear being seen as imperfect.
Exactly. And yet our attempts to be seen as perfect is seen as inauthentic. And
yes,
authenticity is the currency of the future. I'm going to say that again. Authenticity is the currency of the future. And it matters as your ability to connect to the voters, to the voices, to the perspectives, and being willing to hold all that in place while advocating for climate change or whatever it is that you're sort of positioned to advocate for, right? So it's not exclusive, it's a yes and. A good friend of mine used to say that. It's not either or, it's a yes and most of the time.
I find it very comforting not to be burdened or encumbered by perfectionism.
Right. Yep.
And that doesn't mean just, expertise. It's that Merton-esque quality of the fact that we're all struggling. We all have our bad days, and we're all in this together.
Exactly, which creates a sense of belonging, right? Which does all sorts of good cultural things. And what?
And neither do you.
Yeah, right. So, and it releases some of the pressure to appear perfect. And it definitely was a narrative sold to us in the past about what a leader should be. And so now the call to action from me is to model what this looks like for our community, to model fallibility, to show the other leaders, the other people running all the employers in this town that this is the way to operate as a leader. This is the way to be authentic. This is the way to connect with the people that either report to you or in your divisions or the public who are asking things of you, right? And just to give another example, I also do some family coaching outside of my work with Lancaster Leadership. And I find that when there's roles of power and authority, there is a huge reluctance for this, especially when it comes to parents and children. And yet, when you can model to a child, like, you know what? I really made an assumption about why you did that, assuming the worst reasoning. And now that you're telling me that you actually did that because you were trying to be thoughtful, I can explain why that didn't work. But at the same time, I want to acknowledge that I assumed the worst of you, and I'm really sorry. Sorry about that. Then that child's more likely to come to you and say, I lied to you about brushing my teeth and I'm sorry, right? They're more willing to admit their own fallibility. And if we all can get to a place where we're a little more honest, a little more consistent, we're going to have a little more trust as we all move forward. And we know the community needs to trust each of you, and you each need to trust each other so that we can all benefit. Yeah? Yes.
And just came to my mind, and I've thought about this a lot, and we talked about this at the last time we were together.
Mhm.
So about outreach and communication, because you hear that a lot out in public. They don't listen to our needs, or they're not listening to what we need. And Mayor Daggett said, they have expectations that are unrealistic because they're, in my mind, they're creating, the scenario of why we're doing something or not doing something. And I'm very thankful that our staff is moving towards more ways to do outreach, because, we have a small pod of people that are very interested and active in communicating with us. But that may be 5 or 100 maybe, but we have 80,000 people here. And it weighs on my mind to think, can I keep my personal interest in projects, open to, but I'm representing the whole population, not, what I want to do. And so listening and, helping them feel like they've been heard. We may not still agree with them or vote in that direction, but I think it's our job to try to do what we can to let the public know that we hear them.
Right.
And we have a bigger decision to make, but we hear them at least acknowledge their point of view in that. And I think that's really important as council members and mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Matthews, I would agree with you completely. And I would also say, kind of aligning with what Councilmember McCarthy said, that's the fundamental role. Yes, to acknowledge your personal things with also listening to the perspective of the 80,000, not just the 500 that gave their opinion on this. That's part of good judgment. And it's the narrative. When we have facts but know why, we create the story. And it's usually a victim story, a villain story, or a hopeless story. And the public will do the same. This is why we talk to CEOs about, you're going to roll out some big change, explain why. Explain the why. And so, yes, your outreach people should definitely be helping explain the why behind the decisions, because the why prevents them from creating their own narrative, their own story, their own spin, right? And that's a huge fundamental piece of it. A huge fundamental piece for anyone who runs a division, who, has anyone who reports to them. So that's the power, because then you can speak to the data, all the perspectives collected, even potentially your personal opinion, but why eventually the vote was this way. Yeah. Okay. I only have a few minutes left with you, so I just wanted to wrap up by asking, from what we've discussed today, what are your takeaways? Yes.
Authenticity is the currency of the future.
Authenticity is the currency of the future, something you do quite well. What else? Making you think.
Well, it's not really a book learning thing. I'm just really encouraged, and I feel very hopeful and a great deal of gratitude and optimism about this work.
Thank you for sharing. That's great. Yes, Councilmember Sweet.
The reminder that it's okay to be human and make your mistakes.
Fantastic. Yes.
Be open-minded.
Yes. The minute we walk into a room already decided, we close the doors to options. Councilmember
I'm
Matthews.
just going to expand on what Councilmember Austin said. It's just encouraged. We have different perspectives and we come from different, places and interests and stuff. But being able to work in a group and get things done that are important for our city and move it forward and feeling more human to each other. It's hard with open meeting laws. You want to just say, oh, Becky, you can't even have a lot of those conversations without the fear of, am I violating something? So it's in this room where we're talking about, how we approach things and what our triggers are and just how to get by that. It just feels more like, for a team, it's a team building as you want it to be a team building exercise.
Yeah, and you also you summarized very well where we all agree, that you all have the best interests of the community in mind, regardless of differences of opinion and how that is achieved. Yeah. How about you, Councilmember Harris?
I guess trust, talking about trust and building that, because that's really very important to me, is to build relationships based on trust and respect. So that's why it was very easy for me to say I'm sorry to you for what I said to you the other night. Because that's if you want those relationships, you have to be willing to say you're sorry when you do something that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, fallibility. Because we're all human and sometimes we make mistakes.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Did Councilmember House have anything to say as far as her takeaways? Okay, no problem. All right, looks like we're about at our time. So I just want to say thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to interact and work with all of you. And again, I'm very grateful as a citizen to be part of this. So thank you.
I love that joke.
Oh, we still have time for lunch, right? Do we have lunch? Lunch has arrived. It is set up and ready out in break room.
And who do we think for lunch?
Sarah and Doris will help us out tremendously.
And whose budget did this come out of?
Brandy.
The general fund. Hopefully the general.
Great. So do we want to go ahead and break for lunch then and come back?
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
11:45?
Perfect.
Okay. Fantastic.
Is that enough time for everybody? That's 20 minutes. Yeah. I'm going to give that a read, right?
Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone's feeling good after their lunch. Nice and energized rather than sleepy. Looks like first we have our presentation on resource needs. And it looks like our first speaker is on his way. All right, let's welcome the chief. Woo!
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, over there, right?
Correct.
Today I'm here to talk about a couple of things. You'll see me once for the care unit, talk a little bit about the care unit. And then the second thing you'll have to endure is me talking a little bit about NIH. And so we'll do that shortly after this. Care unit, for those of you that may not be familiar with it, the care unit is a program that was conceived quite some time ago. When I came to work in Flagstaff, one of the things I was asked to do was begin to look for an alternative response. And we went through a couple of gyrations of that. And then we finally kind of figured out we were taking the wrong tools to these types of calls in the community where we're dealing with unsheltered and typically intoxicated people. And so we put together a program, got a little outside assistance from some behavioral health folks, and we realized we need to send a firefighter, EMT, and someone that has the skill sets of behavioral health. And so we were able to piece together the care. And today I've got some guests with me. Brian Guest is here in the room somewhere. Brian is the Director of Northern Arizona Terrell's Operations. They're our partner. And then Brian's team staffs the care unit with some firefighters every day, BLS firefighters. And that program is being managed. We pulled one of our fire captains, paramedic fire captain, Mike Phelps. Mike, would you stand up and let everybody know who you are? And so Mike's been doing a good job. We learn something every day. We learn something new every day, and I will tell you the assumptions that we made, and Greg's going to speak to some of the assumptions we made at the beginning of the program that we thought were in place. What we found is perhaps there are better ways to deploy resources, and so we're certainly learning more and more about that. And as you see on the slide here, you see a little bit about what the budget components look like. I will tell you that we are getting ready to come to you with a first annual report. I believe we're on February 28th. You'll see us talk about that some more. And we have great news. I mean, the data that we're collecting and the impact that we're making with this unit is evident. And we're excited to begin to come in and talk to you a little bit more about that. With respect to the genesis of this, as we began to pursue the current model, we actually were trying to put two pieces in place: a response unit that would respond in the community, and then a component which was a facility-based location where we could direct these members of the community to and provide them with further services. That was unsuccessful in the solicitation for a partner. We were unsuccessful. And so a certain amount of funding had been set aside to pursue that. Greg is going to talk to you about that in a little bit. In fact, we can kind of segue into that now, Greg, but I want to tell you the data that we have from March 21st, 2021, when we started the program, and the impact that we're making in the ability to keep that part of our community out of hospitals and out of jail has been phenomenal. And in addition to that, we're freeing up firefighters to go to emergencies where their skill sets are more valuable, and we're keeping police officers out on the street on patrol. So we're very proud of the impact thus far. Look forward to showing you the data from that.
So quick question, you said it's helped keep our citizens out of the hospitals and jail. How are you keeping them out of the hospitals if they're?
Great question. We typically respond with, fire department typically responds to emergencies with paramedic level service. Our Mike Phelps, Captain Phelps back there, when he operates as a paramedic, he's given guidelines and directives that do not allow him to do anything except release someone because there's no emergency or take him to the hospital. He has a very narrow lane that he has to operate in under his license. So now we have more flexibility with this type of staffing, make up a BLS or EMT firefighter and a behavioral health specialist.
Got it.
Good. Chief, I thought we'd bring these gentlemen up and introduce them a little more formally. Have them tell you a little bit about themselves. There's a presentation coming your way at the dais. But this is such a fascinating program, and even though we're having budget discussions and everything today, that we can just break from script for just a bit and have these gentlemen tell you about who they are and what they are doing with this great program.
Hello, everybody. How are you? So my name is Mike Phelps. I'm a paramedic captain for Flagstaff Fire Department. I've been with the fire department now for 17 years, and then 7 on top of that, working for Guardian Medical Transport. So really know the EMS system, the fire system here in town, and got asked to implement the CARE program. So we stepped up and Brian and I kind of put our heads together to figure out what would be the best model, and we launched this unit that has just been overwhelmingly successful. We've had amazing impacts within the community, just like we had hoped. So like Chief Gaylord said earlier, it's been a really evolving type of unit. We learn new things every day, but in the dynamic approach of what we're doing, we're able to adapt and make change to even make the unit more and more successful as we move forward. So, and this is Brian.
I'm Brian Guest. I'm the director of Northern Arizona Crisis Services for Teros Health. So we're a nonprofit behavioral health organization that operates kind of throughout the state, but we've been in Flagstaff for about 7 years doing community-based mental health emergency crisis response. And so when the opportunity came up to partner with the city of Flagstaff on this project, we were really excited for the opportunity and thought we were a good fit for it. So it's been an awesome program so far. Just a little bit more about me. I've lived in Flagstaff for, 20 years, worked in behavioral health in Flagstaff for 10 years, and then worked sort of in the crisis world for about 8 years. So quite a bit of familiarity with our area and with the behavioral health system and how it all works, and then learning more and more about how that all overlaps with public health and emergency response and all of those systems.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
This is, we've talked about so many cool programs and projects over the last couple of days. This one may top the list in terms of very innovative program that has been born of the community after a lot of community discussion. And with the council a couple of years ago, that discussion started really seeing some traction. And then with the opportunity with some funding, program came into existence. And it's a great partnership, a wonderful partnership. And I'm not going to steal thunder. I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation on the 28th of February. I think we're all looking forward to that. But wanted to just take a minute and have these guys introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about what's going on, and what the appetite for the discussion that's coming to you on the 28th. So unless you have any questions from them, we're going to segue into another element of this, but wanted to bring them up and have a little FaceTime with you. Yeah. And I might lean on Scott Overton, who I see you. Scott, please come join us. A little backdrop. When all this discussion was happening, there was a sizable allocation that the previous council put into the budget. And by the way, this was a great collaboration with many organizations. Part of the allocation that was put into the budget was intended to ultimately help fund some sort of facility. We talked about this yesterday, a facility that would serve perhaps as a reception facility, and the bricks and mortar part of this program, which right now is very mobile. There's a vehicle. It's got that very cool logo on it, and we have the staffing. The building part of it generated a lot of discussion, very good discussion, very thoughtful discussion, and the outcome, and I'm oversimplifying, but the outcome after many discussions and forums on this was to put it on hold for a bit. And that's exactly what we did. We have so many other things to address. This one found its way to the back burner. But the allocation's still there. And that allocation specifically is $2.4 million. Again, oversimplifying, but I think the takeaway in all of this was there was a genuine question as to whether building a building or renting a building or doing something, but whether a physical building was actually needed to make this program successful. And we were hearing clearly from some of our service providers, nonprofits in the community, that we have these services in place. We can marry the program with the services we provide, and we can accomplish this. And city, you don't need to enter into this arena. We've got this. So it brings us to the present day and this allocation, which now remains in the budget, and the question of what to do with that. I think the time is at hand to consider a reallocation. Don't want to speak for the council. This is a discussion we're framing for you to have. But I think the time is right for that to happen. The money right now is unencumbered. Initially, it was part of the federal funding that came through to the city, and the finance team put the part of that funding that came in was targeted for reimbursement within our general fund of expenditures that occurred during COVID. That has occurred, and so right now, this is reimbursement money, and it could be utilized, as we talked about yesterday, with general fund for anything, basically. We have an idea we'd like to share with you and get you thinking about it. I don't think we need outcomes today, but we might be needing an outcome soon. And you can weigh in today if you like, but it's kind of exciting. And I think there is a nexus between what the idea we'd like to share and what this money was originally intended for. Yes.
I just want to clarify, and I've been out of this loop for a while, so maybe it's happened. You said that nonprofits and other agencies have kind of bridged that gap. I remember when I was running the shelter, our gap back then was a wet room. We couldn't receive people that were so intoxicated that they were posing a risk to their own health. And so they were having to be shipped to the hospital, which then the hospital was complaining, was taking up a lot of bed space and stuff. So has that gap been, do we have, I don't know what the technical term is today, but a wet room where someone could go and recover from their intoxication?
Did you want to field that?
I can, yes. So we have the ability to transport directly to the guidance center. And we kind of heavily rely on the guidance center to be able to have that detox type ability. The other portion of it too that we provide service as well is we do a what we call a warm transfer to the Flagstaff shelter services. So we hinge on them very, very highly in the program for a place to take individuals. And then they have social workers that are there that we can specify. So if it is something that we feel like we can take an individual and put them through a detox or something like that, then they work directly with the guidance center as well, and if we can provide the resources.
And I remember that when I was working at the shelter, but it was that small margin of people that we feared that if they fell asleep on their back and they were so intoxicated, we didn't have the medical resources to make sure they were safe. And so we had to send them to the hospital at that point. But you're saying you guys have a workaround, taking them to the guidance center. And of course, if they're safe enough to go to the shelter services, then, I mean, that's always been in that place. But there was that gap back then that we had big conversations about building a wet room with a shelter and hospital.
Yep.
Somewhere.
So that's why we staff it with the firefighter EMT, is to be able to make that medical call to know if they're safe enough to provide a resource or to go to one of the resources that we can take them to. If they hinge over that, where we feel like there's a fear or that they're unsafe or there is a medical problem, then we transport directly up to FMC. And FMC now has the annex, which is like a completely separate area from the emergency department for that basic need.
Okay, thank you.
We might just keep you up here if you don't mind. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the question, council member. So again, the question is it time to think about a reallocation of that program? And you'll hear more about it on the 28th. Is very successful. A year ago this time, it was in its infancy. Now we've got the benefit of some hindsight, and we can't wait to hear how it's going. 2.4 million, then, that is an unencumbered amount in the general fund. There's a lot of opportunities to see those dollars utilized in a way that can be very beneficial for our community. And the nexus that I made reference to is perhaps providing a service in an area of the community that could use the service, maybe a neighborhood that has been underserved, through our history, and where the needs might be a little bit elevated over what we typically see throughout the community. So the neighborhood I'm speaking of in particular is Sunnyside, and the property I'm speaking of is the old Fire Station 2 which is the Joe Montalvo facility, which right now, the fire station stands vacant and has been vacant for some time. Now, quick backstory here. We looked at that building very carefully to see what possibilities would exist to repurpose it that could benefit the Sunnyside neighborhood and the community as a whole, but this is situated right in the heart of Sunnyside. We looked at it, and the building is not in a good state of repair. And more importantly, we had sustainability take a look at the building and concluded that it's not very salvageable. If there would be more of a footprint, carbon footprint, if you will, in trying to renovate it, then there would be just to scrape it and build something else. The property is ideal. It's next to a park, it's next to another facility, and it's easily accessed by pedestrian and bike, and it has a little bit of a parking lot as well. So the thought started a while ago to see something come of that site that could really be beneficial, again, to the Sunnyside neighborhood in particular, but to the community as a whole. And the idea was STEM education that would be tailored to youth of all ages, all the way from toddler to high school. And that really got some traction with the previous council. They said, yeah, it sounds like a great idea, run with it. And in fact, in the same federal funding that came through, I believe it was the ARPA funding, Rick Tatter, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, a smaller allocation was made toward this very purpose, $350,000. Now, $350,000 is just a start when you're talking about a new building. But the site is very suitable for development, utility access, all the taps are in, parking is there. But nevertheless, there's a considerable expense with the rebuild. So we'd like to have Scott come up and share with you. Scott has been overseeing this project, which I'm not going to speak for you. Could you talk to all of us about the process that led to where we are right now with the rendering that you're going to share?
Sure. So out of Public Works Facilities Project Management, we recognized the charge to go take some funds and talk through with our pros partners. We had some, at the time, community partners that wanted to provide some service to the community via programming. They have since taken their operation towards Siler Homes. We worked with Sarah's team to find them a spot, maybe temporarily, maybe long-term, really undecided. But then when the ARPA funds came along, it was a good opportunity to use some of that funding to re-visualize this site. And I think I was maybe one of the first ones that said, hey, 350 is not going to build a new building. You know, it's going to get us a little bit into it, but to date, we spent about $15,000 in design, and we've kind of come closer. But the important element that I got to work on in the last year was we issued a design contract with Love and Contracting, and we brought our design consultants on board to start talking through. And it's really been a very small group, and we've kind of taken some local architecture pieces and the mission of STEM and kind of the goals and directives of what was the last council, but now it's your council. And we said, we think this is kind of what they're looking for. And we had some community values that we needed to recognize. There's a large mural on the building that we would like to salvage and contribute to a piece of the future building. We have some restroom concerns with the adjacent ball fields. And so we did come up with a rendering, and that's what Greg had asked me to share with you today, so that you can see where we're headed with it for your consideration. I want to caveat this with, this is really not public in terms of we're sending it out, we're showing it. We want to show you what it looks like. The final package of renderings is actually done next week, and we'll have a much bigger picture of all the views, but it's a good perception and a good view of what we propose for this site. We're going to show it on the screen here.
Just came up. Thank you.
And I'll just briefly speak to it, then I'll give it back to you, Mr. Clifton. You can see the left side of the image. This is the former Fire Station 2 on Spruce. The ball field would be to your left side of the screen. We are looking from Spruce towards the peaks. They would be in the background at this point. You can kind of see the mural on the side of the building, and then there's some large, like brown lines that come through the building. Those are steel and structural elements that we've incorporated back to the new primary building. The idea is a 3,000 square foot multi-use STEM center. It's got 4 large rooms similar to this room. They have wall dividers similar to this room, so they can make 4 mid-sized rooms or 2 very large rooms, couple offices, some internal bathrooms for the center. There's a little gathering vestibule, and then there are 2 auxiliary restroom buildings to accommodate use from the Little League fields off to the south. So this is kind of the concept rendering. I think most importantly and most interesting to me architecturally is we're able to salvage the mural wall and utilize the structural elements to really hold the wall. And then there's a courtyard between the new building and the existing mural wall. Thank you. And that courtyard would be open space, but the idea might be that a future service provider or city agency, if we were to run it, would have room for an opposing mural, maybe with a STEM focus on the opposite side. So I think the architect knocked it out of the park in terms of what we were looking for in terms of the view and the architecture and the fit to the neighborhood and kind of the historical elements we really wanted to incorporate. So, Greg, I'll let you have it. We think that was what you wanted, and we're hopeful that the packet will meet the needs of the community and as it goes through its process, is well received.
Very exciting stuff. Thank you, Scott. So council, this is hot off the press, and as Scott mentioned, it's not ready for public consumption yet, but it will be soon. This came about through a competitive process. Everything's gone through procurement and a lot of discussion internally with many, many people and staff involved in this. It serves some important needs, STEM education, facility for our youth. Rebecca Sayers, we have restrooms for the ballparks. It's accessible. It's right in the Sunnyside neighborhood. And the most important thing, this goes back to the retreat of 2 weeks ago, we are seeing unused city buildings being repurposed to meet very important community needs. How important is that? It is critically important because these buildings are sitting vacant, and this now is on its way, but this council will be hearing a lot about yet another facility being the old Public Works yard over near Thorpe Park Annex, and the repurposing of that now toward a cultural center, which is absolutely exciting. And the concept plan has been approved. A lot of work done on that by many talented people. That one's very much on the front end. We don't have funding in place. There's a lot of things yet to happen, but the vision has crystallized. This vision has now come before you and is something that could actually come into existence. And we're excited about that. I'm going to tie it all together. The reallocation of that fund, that 2.4 million, likely could accomplish this. Even allocation of most of it, possibly with some private partnerships out there in the community, same comment. But it's something we would throw out as a consideration because, again, we think there's a good nexus here. This is an important community benefit, and all the pieces are in place. I think with that, yeah. Am I running out of time?
No.
Oh.
Councilmember House has a comment.
Oh, great,
If
thank
the
you.
mayor wanted to read that out loud for public.
Her original comment was, might we also look at using these funds to develop an existing building into the center, talking about the original idea, or even partnering with an unutilized retail space for the purposes of a care unit. And she said, I'm generally excited by this proposal, definitely in support of the cultural center mentioned. And if it's the direction of council, I am on board. My only concern is that it sounds like we're stepping back from potentials to expand programmatic supports for the carry unit, which I very much want to stay committed to. And if I could add on to here. So when I served on council before, was part of the whole discussion about creating the care unit and whether to have a facility. And I was never a big supporter of a facility because I felt like we had nonprofit partners that could help us with that part. And I'm wondering, and I've always been supportive of doing a STEM center in this building in Sunnyside. But I'm wondering if we can look at a combination of things, and it doesn't all necessarily have to come from the 2.4 million, but expanding the care hours or adding another unit, possibly. And I'm wondering also if we have a process for talking about line items in the budget for nonprofit partners. And I'm thinking specifically about partners who potentially receive people that you all have worked with through the CARES unit, like Flagstaff Shelter Services, maybe the Guidance Center, and then also the STEM facility. Love it, love it, love it. But I just want to give some context that $2.4 million for a facility was never a unanimously supported item.
Can I piggyback on that just real fast? In terms of your response. I share a lot of your thinking and what Councilmember House has said. I'm still a little bit fuzzy on how, if you go back to the other slide, I thought we were talking about care, and now we're talking about a STEM building. I'm not connecting the dots.
A reallocation of funding that has been unencumbered, $2.4 million, that was originally intended or discussed to cover a facility for the care program. We are suggesting, putting on the table, is it time to be thinking about reallocating that money to a different use?
Okay, so
The
we're not
different
talking
use
about
the STEM facility.
brick and mortar care.
No.
This is, okay, that's where I was getting confused.
Taking the same money and using it for something else.
I'm generally open to that as long as we can keep open the line item conversation as well about some of our service providers. But thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on that real fast to broaden the conversation. That's all.
I just want to know, so we're kind of first now hearing about this, right? So I'm assuming that you have not talked to the residents of Sunnyside?
Oh,
Or no, or yes?
the repurposing of this building has been talked about for some time. Yeah. We haven't gone door to door and have had that level of engagement, but the concept has been publicly discussed.
Okay, and so and I guess specifically, have you had any conversation with the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association? No.
I don't know that we have.
I would say in concept, we discussed a STEM center in Sunnyside. Mayor Evans at the time was pretty influential in that conversation, but no, they have not seen renderings. We have not shown proposals yet. We took all comments, what they were looking for neighborhood character, the mural preservation, some of those things into account. But you are spot on. You are the first to see the final kind of picture of what we think we heard.
Okay, and then my second question would be, is this going to be a city building, and are we going to operate it, or is it going to be operated by someone else? And then what are going to be the guidelines in terms of the use of that building?
Thank you. City owned, that will stay in place. It will be leased out and subject to a competitive process of solicitation. We will find a provider, a nonprofit, to provide the service, which the models we have seen would suggest that the service would be free to the community. And that would be it. It would be very similar to the Murdoch Center. It would be similar to our Boys and Girls Club. It would be similar to Theatricos and a number of other city-owned facilities that are being operated by nonprofit service providers.
And the only reason that I asked this question is because we have such a limited amount of affordable life celebrating event spaces in the city. And so I'm wondering that, what are the hours of operation? Would it be available for other groups to use or to the community to use for other kinds of events? I mean, I think that all of that at least should be part of the conversation.
Indeed.
But,
Yeah.
yeah. So I know you don't have to answer
No,
those
it's
questions.
very
now,
good
but-
questions. The council previously had come to the outcome that a STEM facility for youth would be ideal. And that's what this is kind of designed for. But having other uses integrated with it, I think is certainly a worthy discussion. Yeah, thank you for great questions.
Let me see if I got this straight. We've got $2.4 million and we're trying to decide what we could do with it. And in my mind, there's like three things we could do with it. We could use that money to help some of the providers that do have a brick and mortar place, and they might need some more money, be it the homeless shelter or the other place that our firemen talked about here. Or we could use it for the cultural center, which replaces the old maintenance yard. I guess the sub-question is, do we have any other money to do that project? If we use this money for something else?
Well, thank you for the question. The cultural center.
Finish that
Okay.
first part.
The plan has just come into existence, and the council enthusiastically said yes, and you guys weighed in on.
To the cultural center.
Yes.
Yes.
There's so much work to do on that that lies ahead.
So you wouldn't recommend using this money for that?
We're not there yet. And in fact, we're far from it. There needs to be all the things we have done in terms of looking at this site, looking at the building, evaluating the building, talking about possibilities in terms of architectural renderings, and I think we have not started that process on the old Public Works facility. We have a concept plan.
So, all right, so if we don't use the money for the cultural center, we could use it, as you pointed out, for the STEM center, or whatever we want to call it in Sunnyside. But is it on the table to maybe use some of that money to help these outside organizations that do have brick and mortar facilities that probably need funding to do our CARES program?
Anything's on the table, and I don't know that we're going to have an outcome today. This was just an idea that we thought we would float.
Okay,
this right now is not funded. The rendering you just had
right
is not funded. I do want to add, a lot of the CARES and ARPA funding that came in found its way to service organizations. If the council recalls, there were a lot of appropriations to some specific service providers through our procurement process, and then a larger allocation to United Way for disbursement as well. Yes.
Two things. I just wanted to point out that the recipients of the CARES unit, wherever they take the individual, they're already going there. I mean, we're not adding capacity to the shelter or the guidance center. This is what they're already prepared for. But I just, on this available funding, I think it's wonderful idea and concept to do something in that area that really needs a center like this. And I think it would be just a great investment in that community. But also I wanted to ask maybe the chief, going back to what Mayor said, is there line item needs because the care unit is so successful and so needed? Is there, I'm sure there's more stuff we need, right? And I don't want to take away from that because we need to keep building on that and make sure we're funding that appropriately because I'm sure there's more we can be doing, right?
Appreciate the question. Yes, there are line item needs in the context of what we've learned from managing the program thus far. The other thing you'll see when we come back with the data is we're in that discussion now. Do we need a second unit or do we need to extend the hours? We're going to try to let data push us in the direction where we can make most impact. I think the police chief's already made his mind. He wants this to go 24 hours because of the impact it's having on law enforcement already. We also want to take a look at peak times, and we'll bring a recommendation. So you'll be seeing that. We have found, we kind of knew we walked in a little bit lean with respect to internal, these types of programs. People have to manage them. And so we literally pulled Mike off the truck so that he could kind of help us be successful. We need to figure out a way to put that management level in place on a full-time ongoing basis for that program and other community programs as well. So we're willing, I think we're going to be providing you with information that's going to set the stage for that conversation. And some of those needs are already working their way through the budget process.
So just a quick follow-up. So we're not deciding this today. We're just planning to see.
Wanted to get some direction maybe, and yes, planning to see.
Well, I'm open-minded about it, but if we do decide to go with the so-called STEM Center, we have to decide if it's going to be similar to the Murdoch Center, and it's a large room that's available for a whole variety of different events, or if it's going to be something, just to throw out an example, Tinkertopia, where they would probably take over the room and use it very efficiently, but it wouldn't be available for other events. So that's a decision that would have to be made too.
We did receive direction from council to pursue a STEM-related facility.
Okay.
And that's why we've been going in this direction.
So that would be more in tune with, they would take over the facility, would only be used for that one good thing, but would not be available for general meetings like we have at the Murdoch Center.
I would stop short of saying that there would not be other uses available, but it would not be an unoccupied open room. It would not be a available community center for anything. It would be subject likely to a lease or a license and utilized for STEM education for youth.
So I'm just throwing these things out so that people can think about it.
I just want to do a time, sorry. Councilmember Sweet has a comment, just a quick one. I am supportive of this. I feel like we have this opportunity to get something done and it would be beneficial for the neighborhood. I think it's great. I love the rendering. And I look forward to the conversations on expanding the care unit and figuring out how we do that in my mind. Support it.
Just wanted to do a quick time check. We have about 45 minutes. Will that be enough for the NIH development and service partner contract discussion?
I think we're finished here. We thank you for your audience on this and letting us put out a new idea. It's actually an existing idea, but we're putting a picture to it right now.
Oh,
possible funding stream, yeah.
We have another comment from
Please.
Councilmember House Mayor. If you'd like to read it out loud.
I apologize that I can't speak myself, and please know that I would try if I need to. I'm supportive of this. I really am. I just want to overemphasize the need to build out the care unit. I was so impressed by the teams I was able to experience the unit firsthand with. And one of the things I heard resoundingly from them was that they care and support this program, but they also want to be able to do what they trained for years and dreamed of doing. If we have opportunities to build up and build out the care unit, I just want to make clear that I am passionate about doing so.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for this discussion.
Thank you.
It goes without saying that the care program is on a good journey, and we are not at all finished with resourcing it and seeing it grow. Okay.
So Tiffany Antle is coming up to lead a short conversation about the NIH development proposal and progress And I just want to say, I've worked with planners and planning and zoning folks for decades and decades and decades. And Tiffany has just been a just tremendous person to work with, supporting us and helping guide us through the process. So I'm very grateful.
Yeah, she's awesome.
I only have 12 pages. I'm kidding. You said shorter. So overall, we have been working on the NAH development, which is also lovingly referred to as a health village, for quite some time. You can see by this timeline that we started meeting with them. I mean, there were conversations, even of course, before their pre-application meeting in 2019. And we officially received an application from NAH in 2020. We started, or I'm sorry, in 2021, we started working early on scoping of impact analysis and other details, how this would work with the regional plan, what changes we might need to make to the regional plan. There had been just a lot of work that even occurred with the NAH staff prior to the submittal of an application. Like I said, we did receive that application in April of 2021, and that application consisted of a minor regional plan amendment, which was recently approved by council. Additionally, there is a specific plan and there is a concept rezoning. So just to go over this project, so like I said, the regional plan has already been approved. To date, we are still working on the specific plan and the concept rezoning case. Because this project is so large, and the hospital itself is such an important community contributor, we ended up breaking this the entitlements into two different phases. So I would say since about November of last year, we have put all of our effort into specifically working through phase one of the development, which is a rezoning of about 98 acres. About 30 of those acres are open space, and then the remainder of that is attributed to the hospital and the ACC and the contributing structures, parking garage and so forth. So overall, what we're looking at for that phase one is the hospital is about 751,000 square feet with room for future expansion. The ACC, the ambulatory care center, is about 205,000 square feet. And the parking garage is just under 500,000 square feet itself. So that's that big phase one of the project. Phase two of the project is that remainder of the health village. So just so you're aware, that proposed future development is intended to include approximately between 273 and 315 dwelling units as part of a mixed-use development. Approximately 300,000 square feet of non-residential uses comprised of general commercial, retail, and lodging. Approximately 250,000 square feet of research and development uses, including light manufacturing. So those are those surrounding uses that come with the hospital and the ACC. And with that, it's a fairly large development. And so there are some very large costs attributed to both the city serving this property as well as the cost for infrastructure to the site. So while we had a regional activity center planned for this general location, it's not an area where the city itself has been focusing time and energy in terms of providing resources, right? So for a large part of what we're currently working on and planning is the John Wesley Powell corridor. And so a lot of resources have gone towards the development of that corridor. And a lot of time hasn't been spent looking at what's going to happen here. Of course, the likelihood that development is going to expand beyond the hospital and expand beyond the health village is fairly likely, just due to the improvements that need to be made with this project. But with that being said, there's a lot of information. There's years and years and years of information here, and there's not the time to go through it with you all today. But I'm happy to make time available to run through what the history of this project is, where we've gone to date, how it's evolved over time, and just bring you up to speed with all of the activities we've been doing and Potentially, we could be before you within the next couple of months. So with that being said, I'm going to hand over to the fire chief. And then the next step will be our city engineer, Paul.
So at issue in this particular rezoning proposal is the impacted service delivery. So this is an area of town that I'll describe as out on the edge of our service delivery system. We don't have the distribution of fire and EMS apparatus around that, and we had not anticipated that simply because it was on the edge of town and it was not zoned for. And so one of the things that we asked for was a fire and service delivery impact, and oftentimes in our industry, a term of art is the standards of cover analysis. And so Facets on your slide is the name of the consultant that completed the analysis. They discussed a couple key points. The emergency medical services in the area where there is fire and emergency service, where there is almost none. And then staffing for one full-time ladder truck for fire ground support services. That is not to say that is what's missing from our system. Our system is missing 2 staff ladder trucks and ambulance. This is really kind of focusing on that part of what's being proposed. From a fire and life safety perspective, really I think what's at issue is the risk that is imposed by their proposed development is high rise, which yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. When you said that we are in need of 2 ladder trucks, so are you saying that this one for this area is one of those 2, or that would make 3?
It would make 2.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Can I throw around some of these terms? Let me try not to be so confusing. We need the staffing for a ladder truck. So one of the challenges for risks like this is we're trying to get a minimum amount of staffing. As we begin to take firefighters and equipment up to a higher floor, whether it's an EMS call, a Rubin contents fire, everything gets harder. And so the risk that's associated with the 142-foot proposed height is significant. And then the other piece of it is it's institutional. Many of the occupants of these buildings are unable to evacuate themselves. It's high risk. And so we just wanted to kind of note that that's what the proposal is asking you all to consider. The other thing we took a look at, we're confirming up these numbers right now. Our efforts are with management services, Brandy and Rick, and with the city manager's office to monetize those impacts to services. You see these numbers here, the 2.3 operations and maintenance. That is a cost to operate and add that one component on. That's annual. That's our cost to provide that level of service. The other piece is 9.2 million in capital investment fire station. We have a small fire station at Station 6 that's set on barely a 3/4 acre site, and I can't expand. And so the idea is that we would try to locate a new fire station, replace that fire station so we could have 2 companies working out of it. So those are kind of the bumpers of the conversation we're at with city manager's office. And we're working, I know that the city manager's desire is to try to find ways to make us successful in supporting this. Development impact fees are not going to be sufficient, but there are some creative ways for reimbursement we're looking at. We're evaluating developer contribution, bringing contributions to the system and helping us put that system in place. And then certainly general fund commitments, those are all part of the future conversations. We're very much working on the staff level now to try to, bring that into a set of minimum terms that we will need to go to the developer and ask for assistance for.
So it's the proposed new hospital, just so I have some perspective, is it higher than the hub in terms of height?
Much.
Much, okay, all right. And then do we provide services out that way, like to Forest Highlands or Serendipity or, Viola's? Do we provide any services out there, or is that that's out of the city?
We have automatic aid with the Highlands Fire District to the south. And so we have gone out there and will go out there. But it's kind of right on the edge of what is considered the city. It is on the edge of what's considered the city.
Did I hear you say that one of the proposals was to Station 6, the second one off
Lake Mary Road.
Mary, by my house? And to have a bigger facility and move it, combine it over to the health center area?
No, our analysis and the facets analysis doesn't recommend locating a station on NAH property. We're trying to distribute, and make good decisions about adding to the infrastructure that makes sense for the city overall for the long haul. And so it's not recommended. Really, in the vicinity of the existing Station 6 is where we're trying to find a site that might be available to us.
Something where you can expand.
Yeah, we just need to be able to put multiple companies in place. And we gave it our best shot, but there was just no way we were going to be able to expand the existing site based on the adjacent property and just kind of the postage stamp that was built on.
So I think the highest buildings we have now are 80, 85 feet in that ballpark. So if we're going to be building a building that's like 140 feet, which is a lot bigger, do you have concerns about the ability to cover their needs? Should I put it that way? In case of a fire or other kind.
I think so. What it is labor intensive. On-duty staffing and to meet a labor demand in a building of that stature requires on a daily basis about 80% increase in staffing on a daily basis. And so it's just the nature of fighting fire or responding to emergencies in buildings where you've got to haul everything up. You've got to take everything with you, and it takes a lot more to get our customer out of a building like that, particularly if they're not ambulatory. And so it's just manpower intensive. And so when you read the report, they're talking about, in addition to the apparatus that needs to be available, it's talking about minimum numbers of staffing you need to be safe, effective, and meet the need of an emergency at a risk like that. And that's really what we're doing.
So a follow-up, this question might be for Tiffany. Does it really make sense that they build that high of a building?
That would be a Tiffany question. You're exactly right.
I think she's in back of me though.
And Tiffany, you can stay up there because my question goes to both of you.
There are a lot of reasons why the building, so the entire building itself, we talked about a large amount of square footage. I mean, all combined, you're looking at close to 1 million square footage of building. The bulk of the building is not 140 feet tall. So that 140 feet is limited to the bed tower. And it's about building efficiency for the hospital. I'm not here really to speak on behalf of the hospital. I know their rationale and reasoning because I've spent a lot of time with them on this. But the reason with the bed tower is about the efficiency in terms of providing the services to their customers. It has a lot to do with also the HVAC and the layout of floors, the floor heights, the plate heights of a hospital building, especially patient rooms is a lot taller than a regular building, right? So we think of floor ceiling height. They're a lot taller, of course. Bottom floors are also generally a lot taller as well. And so all of those things incrementally add to the height of the building. Their specific plan is specifically asking for 160 feet. In reality, that building is 142 feet. And we also have some interesting ways in which we measure height as well. So with all that being said, does it make sense? I think overall, the risk is not only just in the height of the building, but the risk is affiliated with the use and the number of patient bedrooms. But there's also a very large community aspect here in terms of developing a site and having the space to be able to expand. I mean, looking at the reasons why they want to move from their existing facility is because they've ended up in a location where they can't really grow. And to rebuild would put that hospital in some ways out of use, or portions of that hospital out of use, while you try to rebuild and recapture. They've been building onto that hospital for a very long time. Every time I walk through it, I feel like it's the Winchester Mystery House. So, you know, I've learned a lot about hospitals. They're really only intended to have a lifespan of 50 years. This technology is intended to change and move over time. Granted, there are lots of historic hospitals and reuse of those buildings. But with all of that being said, it's really the decision that NAH moved forward with, that this is the best way to serve their clientele, that they found it to be the most efficient, that it also gives them the best ability to expand in the future, should that be a need. So I hope that.
So real quick follow-up. So all these issues about how we're going to pay for this and that, and we'll have a development agreement, which will come along with the zoning change, I presume?
Sure. Yeah, we continue to work through those aspects. You know, this is unlike any other development project that I've ever worked on. So this is very unique and different, where a city is reliant on its healthcare services as well. It's one of those primary functions. And in fact, a lot of communities, they own the hospital. Counties own the hospital. They own and operate their government functions. That's not the case here. And we are a rural community with a level 1 trauma center, which is a pretty big deal for Northern Arizona. And that's a pretty important feature to work with. So we're looking at this development a little bit different. I mean, it is a community asset, different than other development projects. But yes, we are trying to work out so that we are achieving NAH's goal, but also maintaining what we need to keep our level of service within our community consistent.
So I have a question, and Councilmember Sweet has a question. So two for you. Stay, please, please. So to both of you, are you able to, under circumstances of the regional plan and the type of activity center that was contemplated there, and the development that's going to come to the south toward the east, are you able to discern this new station, what part of it is because of the type of development that's going there, and what, if any, would be needed under what we might have already planned for?
I know the answer to this question.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. The answer to the question is that the Lake Mary Fire Station is insufficient because it can't fit the ladder truck. And we need a space to put the ladder truck. It doesn't fit at this site. It's tiny. It's the only 2-story fire station that we have. And so, you know, in looking, Facets is looking overall at what it would look like, but within that general vicinity is where that 6 needs to stay and needs to be. When we looked at development impact fees just a couple of years ago, we were already contemplating Station 7. And so those development impact fees are built or are aiming towards where we need to go with Station 7, which is along that John Leslie Powell corridor. But the level of development that you're likely to see to the south and to the east as you move away from the hospital is more along the lines of standard low-rise, less risk development, if that helps.
So the station would, under what we might have seen under the regional plan without the hospital being part of it, the station is roughly in the location that it would need to be to service that development. What we're missing there is the room to have a ladder truck.
It's insufficiently sized. The location is good. What the proposed NAH in just sheer first company arrives on scene, just in that mode, station location is good.
Okay. So then, and I know you have some kind of formula for figuring out, and that's what you're trying to figure out with all of this is how much NAH is responsible for additional emergency response costs.
Can I answer that question for you? Okay. So it's gonna, at the end of the day, it's gonna be more of a term of art than it is of science. And it doesn't necessarily have to be limited to the council's concerns about fire protection. Paul's getting ready to come up here and talk about transportation and other types of needs, but it's one development. Fire protection is one of those issues. And yes, we're going to do our very best to try to make it seem rational with respect to what the city will require to put those resources in place to support this zoning. At the end of the day, there's a whole process to be had.
Sure. And when he says it's more of an art than a science, what's unique about fire in this case and what we don't do a lot of times on rezoning cases, it is the specific plan that specifically required a fire impact analysis with this project, but it is the fact that it is a finding of the rezoning to be able to serve this property with this service. And so it's unique in a different scenario where transportation, and I won't dive too much into that, is based on nexus proportionality and an assignment of proportional value of improvements. You know, there's more of a science to that than there, and his is definitely more of an art.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
I'm not sure if you can answer this today. I'm wondering on Station 6, the old Station 6, if we move forward with the new one. What, do we have plans for that? Would we sell it? Can that be in addition to the funding?
All the options that are associated with what might occur to that station, you know, we're just considering that if we keep the building, we'll have it and we can talk about repurposing at this level at a time that is, you know, beneficial. If it is a part of what we need to do to financially soften the blow to either the developer or the city, those conversations are still in progress. In other words, we might divest that property to try to reallocate it to whatever makes this possible.
I will tell you that redevelopment of that site's a little tricky. Just where it's located, it's very nestled up against existing residential neighborhoods. And so I expect there would be community concern depending upon, because you know, it's a commercially designed building, so it could be interesting.
Councilmember Matthews. Chief, and this may have been resolved, but going back to the hub and, you know, student housing, do we have the proper equipment to really respond if there was a fire event in one of these in our city limit high rises? Are we still needing that as well?
It's a staffing issue primarily. This council just ordered the second replacement ladder truss for us, and it's a function of staffing that. The equipment, yes, I think we're doing really well, but it's just getting the number of firefighters it takes to do work on that type of use.
So right now we have a void or a deficit to the existing buildings that we have that have this kind of not 140 whatever feet, but these high rises, we have a staffing issue that we need to fill now regardless of.
That's a great point. Since I got here in 2013, the number of multiple floor 4, 5, and 6 private student housing and also on campus has been exponential. The risk has changed in the community. And so, yes, it's the same problem.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Harris.
Chief, I apologize if you already addressed this, but I didn't catch the answer. Where would the new fire station be located?
We're looking at sites right now, Vice Mayor. We don't have a definitive answer to that. We are pursuing the availability of multiple sites in the vicinity.
Lake Mary. So I foresee issues if the fire station was relocated to the other side of I-17.
I'm not currently looking at any sites that located on the other side.
Okay.
Literally, our first wave of preferred locations is essentially within a quarter mile and all to the east of the interstate.
Right down the street from me, so.
I just want to give everyone a time check reminder. We have at least 25 minutes of presentations without questions still in this section.
And just one last question. I'm just assuming that in your conversations with the hospital, you've shared all your concerns with them about this.
So actually, all of these details to date, I mean, these numbers have actually not been shared with NIH to date. So you're seeing them firsthand.
But I'm assuming that they will be part of continued discussion with them.
Oh, absolutely. And that's, I mean, that's the last part of the chief slide is that we are really focusing on where we go and how we cover those costs and what's rational for each of us to contribute.
Paul Moot's going to talk about another element of this case.
All right, let's bring her in.
Mayor, council members, pleasure to be in front of you again. Paul Moot, city engineer. We talked a little bit about this yesterday during the grant portion of the budget presentation. So with NIH, it is a very large development, which means some very large infrastructure improvements. You have all the roads associated that need to go in and coming off of I-17, Lake Mary Road. You have water, sewer that needs to be extended. Typically, the developer is responsible for their proportionate share of that. So we had a little bit of discussions about development agreement. So the draft development agreement, I have seen NIH, they were assuming that they were responsible for about 2/3 and the city would be responsible for about 1/3. Haven't seen all their numbers on that, how they put it together yet, but that's what they had originally come up with. So, you know, the city's portion of 35 to 45 million, potentially, that's a very large number. So about a month ago, NIH approached the town or city about applying for a raise grant, federal grant. Would benefit both NIH and the city if that were to be awarded. They have submitted their transportation impact analysis. You'll hear the acronym TIA a lot, so that's the transportation impact analysis. Our engineering staff is going through that. We've been reviewing it with the NIH's consultant. We just only received this week some of their roadway drawings. So we're trying to match that up with the TIA. We also keep the big shift in mind. We want to make sure that proper bike, pedestrian trails are in there as well. Spots for transit routes. So we're still analyzing all of that. That's just a small list of the improvements that they had identified originally. They had notified staff that they want to add a few more improvements into the grant, but we haven't seen those yet. So we're waiting for that information. We talked about capacity yesterday. You saw some of the very large capital improvement projects that the city is planning to do over the next few years. If you add another, 35 to $40 million worth of construction on top of that, that would really overload our staff. So what we are putting into the grant application is funding for the city to hire some professional consultants to help manage the project. There still would be city staff oversight, but the consultant would be doing the majority of the work. And again, the grant has the potential for 100% funding from the federal government with no match. They're looking at a construction only grant. So NIH would pay for the completion of the design, and then the federal grant would kick in, and our grants people would help. They would get consultants as well to help manage it, but again, that would be 100% federally funded. If there's any questions, trying to catch up on some time here. So be happy to answer any questions.
How likely is it that that we're in a good place to get this?
Not really my, forte in the grants, but they do have, draft letters to send to, state congressional leadership to send to the federal government. We'll have
I
state,
can give my best opinion.
The answer is in the room.
No, I don't know.
you called me up yesterday, I'll call you up.
I know, I said, we're just tag teaming. Actually, I think they have a pretty good shot. I think they're doing a lot of lobbying. Their lobbyist with NIH is talking with our lobbyist. They are flying out to DC and meeting with the federal agencies. Just looking, and my professional opinion, just reading the narrative, looking at the grant, the consultant that's preparing it on behalf of NIH, I think they actually have a pretty good shot. And Paul and I have talked quite a bit. We're gearing up that we're probably going to get it in June and be ready to go. So now I can't tell you, and it's under the city of Flagstaff as an applicant, but again, remember I said we had a gold star. So I think this is a pretty good chance.
JC,
What do you think, Greg?
well, I was
Share with-
going to invite you to elaborate if you're able to. We talked about the potential design of this Beulah corridor being consistent with the big shift and TDM principles. That would be in the grant application. We've already seen the draft language. Do you have an opinion as to whether that even bolsters our chances of getting awarded on this?
It's hard to say, and Paul jumped on me with me. We're being careful with that because we want to say desired, and we don't want to hurt anything with the TIA, right? We don't want to, change the TIA that's already so far along. So, but I think all that language is going to, help that criterion. So
Okay.
yes, I think we're on the right track. And we've had lots of conversations with Tiffany and Michelle and Jenny Neiman. Jenny's in the room, and trying to get that in there to bolster that criteria and get more points. And I mean, you never know if you're going to get the grant or not, but my feeling is good.
Thank you.
If you could use my feeling. Anything else on that?
No, get it.
Real quick. And the grant is everything that's listed under phase one, all those road improvements and intersections.
Yes, but the NIH staff said that the team said they wanted to add to that.
Oh,
So I haven't seen what they want to add yet.
They've got quite a team. They've got a consultant team. They've got all their NIH staff on it. They've got Gentera with KCS. They're contributing to the grant application, helping Metro Plans on board. They've got a big team helping write this grant. So fingers crossed.
Thank you.
I like how you're walking sideways.
I'm looking at you.
just sit up front here. We'll start you up again.
Okay. Rick Tatter on his way up.
Bring us home, Rick.
Got 1 minute. Let's get this over with.
Speaking of gold stars.
All right. Our next section is to talk about service partner contracts. Notes here. So the city of Flagstaff supports a lot of organizations throughout the city, and we look for them for providing services that the city doesn't necessarily want to be the main involver in delivering some of these services. So we do partner with several agencies, and we'll have a list on the next slide coming up. As we fund these service partner contracts, some of them are ongoing contracts that we want to fund, and sometimes they show up as a one-time, a need that we want to fill for a one-time purpose, and generally things are managed by the organization after that in practice. As we've been going through the years, sometimes we actually fund it with annual one-time money. This is what we talked about yesterday. We've got to shift a pot of money, about 3.4 million in the general fund, from that one-time ongoing over to really an ongoing service, because we expect to continue these contracts. So you'll see some one-time numbers in the figures that we come forward with. I'm going to skip these next two bullets and go ahead and come back if you don't mind. Here is the table of current service partner contracts in the general fund that we have. Maybe hard to see from back there, but this is a 4-year look at what we provided in service partner contracts. And then the far right corner is the change from 4 years ago to where we are in today's funding atmosphere, just as a measurement. I don't know that was needed at the time, but I threw that on here. So you can see we have some pretty large contracts within this service, and I'll just touch on a couple of them. I'm not going to go through every line item here. United Way has been a major partner with us for probably decades. We look to them to be that centralized service to administer and process allocations out to our communities for those health and social needs within the city of Flagstaff. So we went out to bid, we went out to contract with them so that they can be that point agency for the city of Flagstaff versus us being the caretakers and reviewing applications. And it's a lot of work. United Way puts in a lot of work to assure these monies are allocated in the right places. And really kudos for that to that team. The next one is touch on is the FACTS program, FACTS family and oh man,
Cats?
what is it, Rebecca? Yeah. The FACTS, family and children. Team.
After school program.
It's the after school program. That's the easier way to just say it. The acronym of what it is. But this is a partnership with FUSD and providing the after school services that the children and the families need in our community. This has also been a very long-term commitment with FUSD in providing this. And it's been a great program over several years. The animal shelter services, I'm going to go back and touch on that one because they've got some decisions to make with council and get some direction on that contract. So we'll step back into that one. Then we have victim witness, which is that kind of one-stop program in our community for victims of crimes and so forth, advocacy support and related services. And then we have the Northern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assaults, who we help provide funding, provide those services for those victims of sexual assault and so forth. So those are some of the big ones. Those have been ongoing for multiple years and contracts that we do expect to continue. You do see the one-time column in the middle there. That's how we budget for it, but we know the contracts we want to continue for many of these things. Just going to touch on Boys and Girls Club just a little bit. We are renegotiating that service in our community. We're looking to move them to the right term, license, I believe, license to use our facilities.
I think we're done on that.
And Greg's been, I think we're still tidying it up. There's a matter of resources and if they need funding to run also.
I think the license agreement's been finalized.
Okay. So that moves them from a service partner to a licensing, a company using our facilities. So that one we're still working on if there will be any additional funding going forward in that aspect. So that's just a brief overview. I don't know if you have any questions on these. The more recent ones we've added the last couple of years. Blacklist Spirits, we've had a 3-year commitment there. Launch, they asked for 3 years of funding. We've committed to that. We completed that commitment we had. And these were three that were added this last fiscal year, these three on the bottom. Elevate Pre-K requested funding in last year's process at the Able Retreat. We provided funding for them. That's in the one-time funding pot at this time. The mobile outreach bus, we've had a good conversation about what services we want them to provide, and we had that conversation last summer and fall, I believe, to get that contract together with them. And Lowell Observatory was just a one-time commitment to really help and bolster their Discovery Center and help them get additional funding, which they did through the state to help with their construction up there. So that's our list. I want to go back and talk about, I didn't know if you're raising your hand.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
High Country Humane. This is one that we spent a lot of effort over the last year. We, as a city and the county, we're looking to renegotiate that contract with them. It is an intergovernmental agreement between the city of Flagstaff, Coconino County, and High Country Humane. We had some reservations about what the county wanted to do and move forward with the process. So we wanted to have a conversation and really build in what the city is expecting. Should we expand this contract, extend it, or increase the cost of this program? So we've had some really lengthy, good conversations, and we were able to bring back a contract for council to agree to and provide the one-year funding to complete out the current fiscal year while we see and we determine how they move forward in their organization, how they respond to our police department and their needs with animal services going forward. So on the city behalf, we were not prepared to go long-term at this time. We wanted to see commitment and results. The initial 5-year contract ends, we still have one more year for that initial 5-year contract. So we definitely want to stay with that current term before going further on that. The county made a decision to actually approve the second 5 years of their contract and extend it. So they're actually committed to do the full 10 years of what was awarded to High Country Humane. So there's a little bit difference in this IGA of where city commitment is versus county commitment. The county has also built in consumer price index increases. I think this is a good move. This is something that we struggled with when a partner agency asked for additional funding 1 year, and then they're like, well, costs are going up, we need funding again. This is a good move to where we understand both sides and where we're going to commit based on future CPI and increased costs. The city did not agree to that because we were just in that 1 year phase of our plan, but they have the built-in CPI. And just for an example, the CPI came in for pet services at 9.1% this year. Yikes. There's a cap. We're not taking them to the full CPI. The county actually put a cap of 3%, which I think is very reasonable not to really get the full flexibility of a CPI. On the converse end, if it's a negative CPI, we're not looking to decrease their contract. It is the county's position on that. So we're in two different locations right now. And so I'm here to kind of get some direction from council and see what your thoughts are. We had a conversation with our police department, Dan Musselman, as well as Shannon Anderson, our deputy city manager, about the contract, where we're at, how we feel continuing forward on this. And we're at a point where police department believes they're getting the service they need. Dan, he can speak up to it if you want more information, but we're good that the commitment they made, the contract adjustments we put in, the language and so forth, we're in a good place. So question for council is, do you want us to bring back a 1 year amendment to an IGA to get funding for this last year through 2024? Or do we want to extend it like the county did? Build in the CPIs like the county did and get on board on the same path as the county. So if we want to do that, we would bring back an IGA for council consideration to get on board, extend it for the remaining 6 years for that 10-year commitment and build in the CPIs, which equates to about $12,000 this coming fiscal year.
Now I am raising my hand. Mayor, can I jump in? I'd advocate for a long-term arrangement for a few reasons. Not the least of which is this contract with High Country Humane has consumed a lot of time internally. The amendment that Rick just made reference to by my calendar was about 6 months in the works between our legal team, procurement team, and a number of other considerations. In the previous year, we also had a lot of dialogue with High Country Humane about amending a contract, and it just seems to be a recurring thing, all for good reason. They're at capacity, they've been at capacity, they're providing a very important service. But we can't go on this way, doing this on a year-by-year basis. It makes little sense. It is taking a lot of time and resource. That's my first comment. The second comment is, it's a three-way agreement, and it makes a lot of sense to be in lockstep with the county. If we're not, you as our elected body will be hearing from the county, and the conversation will go something like this: why aren't you doing what we're doing? We're all in this together. And it's a county-owned facility, and the city provides support. So there's going to be pressure to have equity, if you will, among the partners. The county actually now pays a little bit more than the city because of the bulk of the usage. This is all based upon a formula, which in turn is based upon where the animals are deriving from. Most of them now, like 55%, are coming from outside the city boundaries. But I think there's wisdom to be in parallel with the county here, so we are somewhat on the same footing. And I definitely see wisdom in not having to revisit this every year. And I think the current amendment, and the chief can speak to this. Thank you, chief, for being here. I think we have the safeguards in place, the guardrails, if you will, to make sure that our law enforcement is happy with the service that's being rendered. I think that a lot of effort went into that part of the contract. Chief, would you agree?
Yes, I would. And High Country Humane also, this benefits them because a longer contract allows them to do more fundraising. And I think they're planning on a capital campaign coming up for in addition to the facility. So that was their request. But our guardrails are in place, sir. I do agree with that. Thanks.
So just wonder if we have council direction if we want to move forward with extending the contract.
First of all, 5 year just makes more sense because it is just so time consuming resources, human resources and money to do that. And it makes it very unstable for the Humane Society to plan anything without really knowing the future. And also just to give kudos to the services that they provide. A lot of the population I serve, I don't know what they would do without the Humane Society because having a pet is a very emotional support need for marginalized people. And, people judge, like, why do they have a dog or a cat? They can't feed themselves. And it's really about their emotional support. And I just had a family have to take their dog that was had cancer and had received treatment and then help them send their dog over the Rainbow Bridge, all for no cost. And I don't know what they would have done if it hadn't have been for the Humane Society to assist them in that when they had an animal that was clearly suffering and wouldn't have resources to handle it. So, definitely, I think we not only continue our partnership with them, but extend it for 5 years for sure.
So I thank you, Councilmember. I agree. I believe that these services are essential. I think they're absolutely essential in our community. And the investment and the commitment makes a lot of sense to me. It's hard for me to have this conversation without looking a little bit at the landscape level. And I really don't want to make this into pitting our unsheltered animals versus our unsheltered people into a conversation. But at some level, I think we need to clear the air there. And I don't know, excuse me, we hinted at this line item idea around our shelter services in the previous conversation. I still don't know where we are with that, but I need to see the balance of that before I provide direction on this particular thing. Generally, I think it's the right thing to do, to be fully committed to this, to make that investment, and to see it through on that midterm level. I'd like to have a better understanding of where we are with our unsheltered people population.
May I respond, Mayor? I agree. I kind of figured that's where council would be going, and we have talked about it before. Frankly, I think now's the time to have it. I think it should be a standalone discussion, probably at the dais, maybe a work session with FSS. I think the time is right because there has been a lot of not ebb and flow, but there's been a lot of infusion of capital and through grants and appropriations going to some of our service providers. They've expanded their programs. But what you're speaking to is, and what I think we're all understanding is what needs to be the recurring commitment by the city as a line item that endures year in and year out.
And I'm curious where the county's at too.
Right. Yeah.
There's a parallel there.
Yeah. So I think, I don't think, we will get this in front of the council. And I don't want to speak for Flagstaff Shelter Services, but we can invite Ross and her team to come in and give you an update, talk about the programs that have been enhanced over the last couple of years and what it's a parallel to our discussion of one time versus ongoing. What are their ongoing needs? And is it time to be thinking about an appropriation there so it's not a year by year thing?
Thank you, Greg. And this probably goes without saying, but doing that before the next budget retreat. Makes sense.
Absolutely. Okay.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, Mr. Aslan actually talked about some of the exact things that I was planning to talk about. I noticed on your other page for Flagstaff shelter purposes, I don't see any money for them. Am I wrong?
There's a general item there for shelter services, but it's not specific to
Where?
And this is-
Shelter services, they
Just
zero.
This is only general fund
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
services. They may receive CDBG, other types of funding through the
ARPA.
city,
Yes.
ARPA and so forth. This is just general fund commitment. And the purpose of these were pretty focused as far as the shelter overflows really is in those winter conditions. If they don't have capacity, they can come to us and request some funding to help with their capacity. And some other, the shelter service was a one-time commitment that was asked for and we provided it. So there's a balance of why that's
Okay.
kind of
Well,
opened up.
parallel to what Mr. Aslan and Mr. Clifton just said, I think we need a more thorough discussion about, I hate to say this, but if you look at that chart, a lot of money is going to the shelter services. Now, I realize that some of that isn't discretionary. We have a responsibility, and I understand that, to the animals. But I feel morally even stronger need to support Flagstaff shelter services. I mean, we do not allow people to camp in the city. We do not allow them to camp up on Mars Hill or whatever. And because of that, I think the other side of that same coin is we have an obligation to make sure that people have a place to sleep if they have no other means. So I think the concept of the longer-term contract makes sense, but before we have the complete discussion, I'm probably going to hold back any strong recommendation one way or the other.
And that's fine. We were looking for a direction that will put it on pause. But I need to make a clarifying comment. There has been a lot of assistance going to Flagstaff Shelter Services over the last few years. It is just not embodied in this particular fund.
Okay, and
if I may, Councilmember, I would rather not lump these things together in the same discussion.
Yes.
I think there is a great disservice to start comparing animal shelter to human shelter, and that's a path we should not go down. We'll have two standalone discussions in front of council and have each one on its merits, but getting into that comparison, I think, serves no benefit.
well, I think you make a good point, but on the other hand, the budget process is comparing every item to every other item. And because we only have finite resources. So, but your comments make sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm fully in support of having this, the 6-year contract, moving forward. Yes, please.
And I'm fully supportive as well.
And I'm fully supportive of talking about Flagstaff Shelter
Yes.
Services.
Coming your way, and it will be before the next retreat, and we will make sure it's a well-informed discussion. And Councilmember McCarthy, to your comments, to inform that discussion, we will show what all the funds that have gone into that, and again, what the ongoing needs will be going into the future.
So, you know, I have no problem with the 6-year contract or 5-year, whatever it is. But I do have concerns that the amount of the ask is pretty high.
On this?
Yeah.
On animals?
The answers, yes. Without getting into the
yes,
shelter services at all.
And just to be clear, from my perspective, what I'm trying to make sure of is that we're not getting into a zero-sum game between those two.
Yes.
correct. That was what I was trying to articulate.
And can I just make one more quick point? I know we're out of time. I just wanted to reiterate that what High Country Humane does, they do a lot of service for the unsheltered, but also the low income. So it's not just one population group. And Flagstaff Shelter Services has doubled the capacity. So it's not like, you know, they're busted at the seams and they just need more support. I mean, they are, have a lot of good momentum. And at that risk that if you build it, they will come, you know, so we always have to keep that in mind that I know the circuit of a partial unsheltered group that will go where they can stay and hang out. And so we don't want to build so much that they just continue to move here. So I do agree that we need to keep them 2 separate conversations. This is Humane Society takes care of just so many aspects for animal shelter, and it's not just one or the other, because it provides a service for low-income people, especially that need that help, that would not. We have a lot of dogs on the street. We have a lot of inhumane actions to sick animals and stuff because they didn't have the money for it. So I think we need to keep it separate.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick.
You bet. No, thank you for the conversation. Two more things to go through. Service partner updates to council. 3 or 4 years ago, we used to have them come in front for a work session night, and it was a lengthy conversation with each one, and took effort to pull this together. The question is, does this council want to have that occur again? Do we want to set up a work session with our service partners, some of our primary ones, that we get the funding for in the March, April, May timeframe? Or are you comfortable with the services and understanding what they provide? It's an option for council.
I like the idea of having them come and present, not to defend what they're receiving, but I think it's a great opportunity for the public to hear all of the important work of all of these different organizations. And I don't know that it has to be everyone in one night. I mean, even if each group presented once a year, but we did it quarterly, I'd like to know the work that they're doing in the community, and I think the public does as well.
Head nod. Thumbs up. Head nod. Good. And quickly, let's move on. The last thing I just wanted to update council on is, with the help of sustainability, Nicole, the budget team, and I'm gonna get her name, Marissa Malloy, who used to be with sustainability. I got that admit. We started developing an application process for individual or agencies to request funding through the budget process. This is something that got a little tough last April, as we were talking about, oh, they're sending letters, they're asking for support, but what's the background? What's the financial background? How are they really aligned with the city of Flagstaff? our missions, our values, priority-based budgeting measurements. So we took on this task a lot from sustainability help, and we're working with purchasing and we're working with legal on it to find a way to get all the information together in one spot for you, council, for budget team, and as we're considering funding agencies that come forth during the budget process. So this is just really an update. We're working on this to make it a more formal, consistent process for your consideration of funding through the budget process. I just think this is a good move, and we're trying to polish this up. Good. All right.
Thank you, Rick. It looks like it's over to the mayor and city manager, the next section. Budget expectations for the April retreat.
Excellent.
And council.
I'll kick it off, Mayor, and then hand it or bring it inward for you and your colleagues' discussions. Okay. We will have notes summarizing the many talking points of yesterday and today. So this is not that. That'll be coming to you. But as I'm looking at my own notes, some takeaways that I think should segue into the next discussion. You obviously had a very informative, high-level overview of the projects, the capital projects. On April 7th, Friday, April 7th, there will be a singular retreat, single day retreat, probably not a full day, thankfully, but that will be the focus. That's our capital improvement plan retreat. And then at the end of April, it'll be a little bit more like this, a 2-day retreat, talking about the various things and everything, as I've mentioned, will continue to get more and more detailed. But we are getting some good takeaways. What I wrote down from the last couple of days, of course, I won't go over the projects, just mention that the NORESCO certainly will be moving forward with that and pursuing the phase 2. When time allows, we'll have good discussion on that. Stay tuned on these topics that we've raised, like building security. We'll be coming back to you with that. The asset management tool for our facilities. Very great and well-informed discussions. Stay tuned on continued discussion on investing in our employees with the pay for performance, the increased costs that in the request to keep those proportional, and the market adjustments and all the things that Randy walked through. You'll continue to get the play-by-play on that stuff. We had some very, I thought, brainstorming type discussion on the Highway 180 project and stormwater rates. I hope council agrees that the stormwater rate discussion that will be ensuing on February 14th, you have a little more information and some more ideas, and allow us at the staff level to better vet those. So by the time it comes to the dais, we might have some good strategies for you to consider, as there has been. I think we're getting close on that. So that was great. Skipping around.
So Greg,
yes, please.
In terms of stormwater,
yes,
we were provided with 3 options the other night. Do you think those options might change, or there might be
very slightly? I'm going to nudge pretty hard that we don't keep changing options because it's just getting confusing. But with the likely infusion of some state dollars and some of the strategies that Rick laid out yesterday, and we heard in public comment as well, maybe we can refine those options a bit. Yeah. So we will try to make it easy for council on this, as easy as possible. It's a very complicated topic. I appreciate your attention to that. Bless you. You will be having a discussion after the snow melts, literally and figuratively, with our Stellar Streets crew and Scott to talk about snow operations. We heard you loud and clear yesterday. We will, I think, include the alleyway discussion in that, council member. I don't think we will include the bike path discussion in that. I feel that needs to be a standalone discussion, and I think internally we'd like a little more time with that one. The
discussions took more recently this afternoon. Expect follow-up on the, well, we think we're hearing consensus to go forward with the extension on the High Country Humane contract. But I think respectful of all comments made, we will tuck that aside for the moment and get in front of you at the dais, the Flagstaff Shelter Services, prepare them for an update and drill down on what the ongoing needs would be with the idea that council would like to see us go to an ongoing contractual arrangement, which I also think makes sense. So we, I think, took good notes during that discussion, and stay tuned. You had the update on NAH. No conclusive comments on that. Is going to be an ongoing dialogue for some time. Thank you for listening to our community development staff and our fire chief walk you through that. I want to assure you there's so much discussion happening behind the scenes. We know you're having discussion with your colleagues with NAH as well. At the staff level, we are hammering through this stuff. I say we, I'm being liberal with my comments. I'm at the table sometimes, but really the heavy lift is coming from community development, fire, and legal team, and our carbon, pardon me, I shouldn't speak and have words in front of me at the same time, mixing my words. Our capital and projects team as well. There are many people, frankly, at the table on NAH. So that dialogue is continuing, and we'll just continue to keep it going and keep you updated. Very important stuff. I don't know that I'm missing anything here. As I mentioned, we will have notes from this retreat going out to you. Those are just off the cuff notes from myself. But Mayor, now I'll turn it inward to the council and see what are your takeaways, what are things you would like to see us spend a little more time with in preparation of the next retreat. Do you have any concerns or items that we didn't give enough attention to over the last 2 days? What are your thoughts?
That was going to be my exact question. Do you have something that's still lingering that you think we need more time on? And maybe not at this next retreat, but in the future, you want it coming back. Takeaways. Yes.
I don't have anything beyond what's already been said. I've been through this a lot of times. And the nature of this is we go from very general, the color of money or whatever, and then each meeting gets more specific. So the way that this has been going, and I anticipate that you plan it, I think is perfect. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We did not talk about priority-based budgeting. You got a good dose of that last time, but it will continue to be in front of you as well. Thank you, Council Member.
Vice Mayor.
I think this has been brought up, and I think a fair amount of attention is going to be brought to it. And you just alluded to it. The pilot bike projects, where we go from here, and how we invest dollars into doing that permanently, correctly, is important to me, and I don't think we should wait on that. So there's that. And then the only other thing I just wanted to air to is, there's been a lot of talk from the public coming at us from different directions on different issues around resource allocation, but also staffing. Again, one of the first things that came before this council was an informal petition asking for the total restructuring of how we think about resourcing our climate mitigation action efforts and sustainability teamwork. And we're also hearing some requests about, how do we properly stop the big shift and all of these things. And I just want to put my weight behind the idea that, I believe that that's in the purview of your office to figure out precisely how to staff those things. And I personally leave that to you to figure out. What I do know and what I do appreciate and want to acknowledge and lift up is that your attention to those considerations and your personal commitment to tackling these things in the spirit of making real progress and real systemic change is out there. It's known. It's viewable. And without getting too prescriptive about exactly how that's done, I'm just really impressed and really grateful to the attention that you're bringing to those bigger staffing challenges and considerations in terms of the best way to strategize moving forward on all these things.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Something we talk about often internally, the leadership team especially, is that the organization is never static, it's always evolving, just like our community. In fact, we strive to be in step with the evolution of our community. The topics we're talking about now and over the last couple of days and over again as in the next retreat are all topics that were probably not front burner items, 20 years ago, but they are now. It's a good reflection of how our community is constantly changing and what we as an organization do to keep up with those changes and the resulting needs and sometimes demands for service as well. Expect a lot of discussion on this. And while you were very kind with your comments, I would be quick to say we process these internally. The enormity of this does not rest with any individual. Is way too big. It does reside with our leadership team and ultimately with other teams in the organization, and we approach it very collaboratively. The other thing I'll add to that is it always comes back to the dais. All the restructures we have talked about over the last few years, we gave you a little summary of those recently, have all had council input along the way, usually toward the end of the process. But, we cannot move forward with these changes without having the council with us. We all represent the same organization, frankly, and we need to be united and in full alignment with these changes. You mentioned sustainability as a real good example, but we could rattle off several other ones as well. Recently, the creation of PROS, our Parks, Rec, Open Space and Events, has been well received. Council had a lot of input on that. IT department, the capital projects department, and most recently, our city clerk's office. Do you know that we may be revisiting the name of our city clerk's office? That's a teaser. Stay tuned on that. She has some ideas. I'm running out of time.
I just wanted to acknowledge we're almost at the scheduled time.
I know.
Public opinion,
Okay.
and we want to recognize that maybe people took off time to come here, so let's just use brevity as much as we can as we share.
Brevity is the soul of
I'd like to summarize my thoughts on that specific topic. I do think that we are going to have to need staffing increases in order to meet some of these goals.
Yes.
And so prioritizing that is important. But I also think that you need to have the right decision makers in the room when it comes to that and doing it holistically and taking the right approach. And I am I have full faith that you are the right decision maker for the specifics and the prescriptive elements.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to get us over time. What
We are at 1:45.
Okay. Mayor, I want to make sure we hear from you and your colleagues if there are other takeaways or areas of emphasis you'd like to articulate.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Harris.
I just have a comment and something for us to think about. For the last 2 days I've been sitting here, I've learned so much more than I did before I came here. And I just wish that our community has an opportunity to hear half of what we've heard here in this. I think that would go a long way in terms of people coming to the dais with issues. You know what I'm saying? So people don't know what we know. And so we sit here and we say, well, why don't they understand? Well, they don't understand because we haven't told them, you know? And yes, stuff is in the newspaper and all of that, but you all know that doesn't work. So bringing people into, you know, just like the police do with their citizens thing that y'all run. Yeah, academy.
I like citizen thing, it sounds better.
Yeah, citizen thing. But that's what I would hope is that we could think about how we might do something like that so folks can hear what we're dealing with all the time.
Thank you.
That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So regarding renaming the city clerk's office, I suggest that we call it the Stacy's Department.
Yeah.
Many more people at the table than me.
Yeah, but there's 2 of you.
I think you're going to like the suggestion when we bring it forward.
So I'm not seeing any other requests to comment from council members. So I think we're ready to take public participation.
Thank you, Mayor. You have one commenter?
If people walk in and I don't even see them.
It's back. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, leadership, city clerk, staff. It's so great to be here in person with you all. Really nostalgic being back in the space and listening in on the conversation. Great comments. Councilmember Harris, I really appreciate your last comment about public access. But knowing that I'm on the clock, I'm going to be brief. I just want to make a couple comments based off of things I heard today. With the CARE programming and the 2.4 million, at first I thought that was a wonderful idea. I did speak to some staff members, council, and I found out that the CARE team is struggling to find a home. They are out of space at the fire stations, and it was made clear to me that that funding might be needed to help them accommodate any CARE team in the current capacity and also future capacity. So as you consider what to do with that 2.4 million, I ask for you to really keep in mind what the CARE team needs. But if they didn't need those funds, City Manager, I think your idea is brilliant and wonderful, and I fully support what you're working towards. Vice Mayor, thank you for bringing up the bike pilot. Yesterday, I thought you all were at the Aquaplex, and I rode my bike to the Aquaplex to find out you weren't there. And I rode along the bike pilot, and it was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. It was icy. At times, I was forced onto the road with 40-mile-an-hour cars, which if I got hit, I would likely be dead. And it is not acceptable what is happening along Butler. And I know that if council doesn't fund phase 2 of that bike pilot, it's likely going to be removed, which is not a good solution. There were 5 projects that we identified last year, and I found out yesterday at the Bicycle Advisory Committee that there's been no grant application submitted for any of those 5 projects. So that means that it's on us to fund, or we just push it back another year. So I just ask of those 5 projects that we prioritize at least the bike pilot and maybe one of the intersections at Butler and Beaver or Butler and San Fran to do a protected intersection. It's just a couple $1 million for the project and then another $1 million for the intersection. And I just feel like if $12 million of 419 funding can be found for the Beulah alignment, a couple million could be done to correct our bike pilot. That's all I had. Thank you all for a great retreat and looking forward to the next one. Cheers.
Thanks, Adam. So there's no other public comment. I do not see anyone. Let me just double check real quick online.
I don't see anything online.
Okay.
Yeah, we are good.
All right.
Oh, you have a hand up? I'm sorry.
I didn't see it.
One moment. I've got Michelle James.
Oh. All right, Michelle, you should be able to unmute and offer your comments now. Oh, sorry, let me try one more time. Okay, go ahead and give it a try now. Sorry about that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So, computer problems there. Michelle James, Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. It's been very interesting to listen to your budget retreat over the last 2 days, and I realize council has some hard decisions to make. Council also has a great opportunity to make a difference in many areas. One of these areas is climate action. At the Sustainability Division's presentation to Council on January 24th, Ms. Antonopoulos drew attention to what she called the serious reality. This includes the fact that climate change action, as outlined in the Carbon Neutrality Plan, is underfunded at a base budget of $112,000 a year. Additional funding is needed in order to achieve further implementation of the Carbon Neutrality Plan and to address the climate emergency. It's 2023, and there are only 7 more years to implement the work outlined in the Carbon Neutrality Plan. The Council's support of the Carbon Neutrality Plan should include strong direction to increase the Sustainability Division's operating budget so that the city and the community can build a more resilient and stronger Flagstaff. A related budget issue that I did not see discussed today is that of funding the actions suggested for implementation by the Transportation Commission, in their recent letter to Council. This is something that I just heard Shimoni talk about too. This request includes implementing priority projects as outlined in the ATMP and an increase in funding for staff to implement the big shift. I attended the Bicycle Committee meeting yesterday afternoon and learned there's no funding for these priority projects. I heard today that you're thinking about this, and please know that the community would be very pleased to see action on the ground to improve bike and ped safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Anybody else?
There, I did not see any other hands up. You're good. Staff, thank you so much. Have a great weekend, and please don't think about work at all. Council, same goes. And Katie, thank you. So we are adjourned.